I believe that Jim's mic is muted.
Still muted. What's up, fight fans? We are live on MMA Weekly since we blew. All right, you ready? In 3, 2. What's up, fight fans? We are live on MMA Weekly. We can recut live TV, right, Jeff Cain? Jim Grieshaber, call me Grease. We got UFC 272, the Blood War, the best friends, the teammates, the training partners, the sleeping on each other's couches. The whole thing turns into a blood war, bitter enemies, bitter rivals. How much of it are we to believe is real? I think all of it's real, and we'll see it tonight. Colby Covington, Chaos Covington, and Street Jesus, Game Bred, Jorge Masvidal, and Jeff, I'll tell you what, man, American Top Team wins in this one because they're getting a lot of publicity. Dan Lambert, who loves the world of pro wrestling, he's got to love all this publicity. He's got to love everything that's going on for American Top Team. I'm just happy because Greg Hardy got the crap beat out of him. Anytime that happens, it's a good night for me as a Cowboys fan and a fan of women. But I really appreciate the fact that we're on live tonight and we have got a main event that the whole world can't wait to see.
Yeah, I have to guess that might be the last time we see Greg Hardy in the octagon. It's 3 losses.
Oh, Lord, please. Please. If you heard my prayer.
I'm just saying it's hard. He's won 2 of his last 6, I believe. 2 of his last 6. And lost 3 in a row. And so, yeah, we might see. That might be the end of him in the UFC for real. And then, yeah, man, the main event is a grudge match. It's one of the biggest grudge matches in UFC history, to be honest with you. It goes back to, Tito and Chuck, to where
Tito and Chuck, I was just going to say.
Yeah, same storyline. Friends.
Or Cody and Cody and TJ, right?
Yes.
Cody
I forgot about Cody and TJ. Yeah. And then Dominic Cruz and Uriah Faber. I mean, there's been some big ones. But yeah, none quite as personal as Cody and TJ, Tito and Chuck. And then this one's real personal.
Yeah, we're talking about ex-wives, and you screwed your wife over, and I slept on her couch, not yours. And it just is. Colby dials up the trash talk like nobody I've ever seen. I mean, he's on the Chael Conor level for sure. I mean, he's up there. And Masvidal's no slouch.
Cringe.
I mean, look at Masvidal. Interesting when you talk about Game Bred, Jorge Masvidal. All those years, all those fights. I mean, Jeff, we're talking about a guy who literally, and just, thinking about all those years that he's fought and all the things that he's fought in Bellator. He's been around forever. The backyard streets fights with Kimbo. Oliveira just knocked Kevin Holland down. That's the fight that's on right now. Greg Hardy lost to Sergey Spivak. But Masvidal's lost 2 in a row to Kamaru Usman. Covington's lost 2 to Kamaru. Neither fighter's lost to anybody else. Colby since 2015. Masvidal since 2017. But Masvidal had lost, 4 out of 7 to Benson Henderson and Lorenz Larkin. Damian Maia, Stephen Thompson, he had a hard time making weight at 155. He's just been around forever. But Jorge Masvidal didn't make any money, didn't become a main event star, didn't become the BMF or anything big, huge in the sport. He was always there. He was always respected. He was always a fighter's fighter. But he did not become a household name. He did not become Street Jesus. None of this happened until he hit the flying knee on Ben Askren. And what a year it was for him when he got Darren Till in March of 2019. With the knockout punches. Darren Till had him early on, and Masvidal survived that. And then you go and you get Ben Askren with the flying knee, and you beat Nate Diaz. All of a sudden, you're a huge household name. And we are going to go to the podium right now for Marina Rodriguez, who beat Yan Jinan by split decision at women's strawweight on the prelims on ESPN. It's Bryce and Cain, MMA Weekly,
Marina.
To the T-Mobile Arena in Vegas. We go.
Congratulations on the victory. What are your initial thoughts after a hard-fought win like that?
Parabéns pela vitória. Quais são os primeiros pensamentos sobre o que acabou de acontecer?
O primeiro pensamento é ali dentro do octógono, custei a tomar atitude no primeiro round. Eu sei que isso poderia ter me custado a luta, mas no segundo round eu consegui impor mais no jogo, no terceiro mais ainda. E, a impressão que saio dessa luta feliz com a vitória, mas com a cabeça sabendo que eu tenho que evoluir aí para poder fazer uma luta perfeita aí de 3 rounds com vitória.
Yeah, coming back from it, the first thing is that I realized that there's some things that need to be done. The first round I need it took me a little bit too long to get in the game and find my distance. But lesson learned. I've got to work on that, and I'm happy that I got the win. I think I deserved it, but I can clearly see things that I need to be working on.
That first round, was it something she did that threw you off, or were you just struggling to mentally get in there and you needed that first round under your belt before picking it up?
Primeiro round, você acha que foi uma coisa que ela fez que te atrapalhou, ou foi você achando?
Não, na verdade, ela estava fazendo um jogo que a gente já estava esperando mesmo. Eu custei um pouco a tomar atitude ali, eu estava tentando sentir o octógono um pouquinho mais estável para poder atacar mais, né, com mais precisão. Então acho que foi só isso, foi a questão ali de tomar a decisão de agir mais rápido, onde eu consegui nos outros rounds.
Yeah, basically what we saw from her was pretty much what we believed she was going to show. Her game is that, and that's what she showed. But I guess it just took me a little bit too long to realize, okay, I need to start working and find my grounding and figure out, okay, time to start working.
They showed your coaches giving you instructions between the first and second round. So what exactly did they tell you in there to kind of turn that switch on to the second frame?
Mostraram seus técnicos, né, no intervalo, dando instruções, o que eles falaram para você no primeiro e no segundo, para virar a chave.
Entrar na estratégia de verdade, entrar de cabeça, dar aquele 110% a mais e acordar e ir pra luta e buscar a vitória. Foi isso que eu fiz.
Yeah, basically they just told me that I had to get my head in place, just get in gear and actually wake up and start fighting, which I wasn't doing on the first one.
I know you called for the title shot. Joanna Jędrzejczyk was actually in here while you were fighting. She said she wants to fight either Rose, Carla, or Wei Lee. Is there anyone else in mind that you would like to fight, or are you dead set on the title shot, man?
Quando você estava dando a entrevista, a Joana estava aqui assistindo e ela estava, na verdade, ela fez a entrevista dela quando você estava. E ela falou que ela quer lutar com a Rose, com a Carla ou com a Wei Lee. Você tem alguém além da Rose e da Carla em vista, ou é Rose e Carla?
Não, na verdade o meu objetivo principal era fazer o máximo de vitórias possíveis. Hoje eu sou a top 3 do ranking. Quem está na minha frente é só o cinturão, na verdade. Eu preciso do cinturão agora. Eu sei que a próxima luta já está entre Carla e Rose. Eu vou esperar para ver quem vai vencer e eu vou aceitar essa disputa de cinturão. Então eu vou treinar para isso, treinar para o cinturão ainda esse ano.
Honestly, right now, I'm top 3 in the world, and there's really nobody ahead of me that I think deserves it as much as I do. And there isn't a date still, which is a little bit worrying. But I know that whoever wins, I have to be next in shot, next in line.
Eu sei que eu tenho muito para melhorar, vou melhorar isso, vou já voltar para academia e treinar pensando nisso, pensando no cinturão. Mas eu sei que os planos do UFC são eles que traçam. Mas eu deixo que eu vou estar pronta para isso, para fazer uma grande luta.
I realize with this fight that there are some things that I still need to work on, and I'm going to be working on them. The UFC's plans are the UFC's plans. They're not mine, but I'm going to be here. I'm going to be ready, and whoever wins the title fight, I'm going to be ready for the moment.
And finally, a lot of people were surprised you were on the prelims this fight, considering both of you were so highly ranked. Did it bother you that you weren't on the pay-per-view card? And did you prefer to be on the pay-per-view card?
Vocês duas super ranqueadas, né? Não tinha ninguém acima de vocês em questão de ranking no card principal. Te surpreendeu ser relegado aos preliminares?
Olha, eu venho aqui para fazer o meu trabalho. Se me colocarem no card principal, eu vou ficar muito feliz. Me colocarem para lutar, eu já fico muito feliz, né? Ainda mais lutando com adversários tão duras aí, bem ranqueadas. Eu estou tendo grandes oportunidades e acredito que essa foi mais uma aí para poder mostrar o meu trabalho e mostrar que mais uma vitória para poder chegar lá no cinturão.
My job is to fight. It doesn't really matter when or where. My job is to fight. So whatever they say I have to fight, if I have to fight the opening fight, I'm gonna be there. The important thing is that I'm fighting the best of the best. I'm challenging myself. I'm getting better. I'm climbing the ranks, and that's what I'm here to do. It doesn't really matter.
Marina, we don't have a date yet for the fight that we think is going to happen with Rose and Carla, but are you open to weighing in and being a backup for that fight if they offer it?
Ainda não tem uma data para a luta de cinturão, né? Mas se você estaria disposta a, de repente, ser um backup para aparecer lá no dia, pesar, caso dê algum BO.
Com certeza, com certeza. A luta que eu fiz hoje foi uma luta para esperar o cinturão. Eu não podia ficar tanto tempo sem lutar, preciso de ritmo. E essa luta contra ele foi essa luta. E agora eu vou voltar para academia, treinar pro cinturão, independente de qual data for. Eu vou estar na espera, pode ser, posso bater o peso no dia, o que for, eu vou estar para essa luta.
If that's what the UFC.
All right, so Marina Rodriguez right there with the press conference, and a nice win for her. And she's at the top of the rankings, you know, getting there. She's had some big wins in the women's division, Jeff. And, you know, I mean, it's nice to see her keep moving it up. She's a good competitor, and I mean, just some big wins. And you look, when you talk about the women's side of things, everything got thrown out of whack when Amanda Nunes lost, and nobody expected that to happen. But when you look at the women's pound for pound, she's right there at number 9, right? But when you look at women's strawweight, she's at number 3. So she's right there knocking on the door. Carla Esparza and Rose Namajunas. You got Zhang Wei Li, who's still sitting there, and then Joanna Jędrzejczyk, who's still out of the rankings, but she's at the event this week. And a good win for Marina Rodriguez, who now cements herself as the next title shot contender at strawweight in the women's division, which is a loaded division with so many great and talented people. So she's right there knocking on the door. That's pretty good on her, and a nice performance to get the win tonight.
Yeah, I mean, she's right there. It's just the top of that division has to play out for a minute. But like they just asked at the press conference, I mean, she could very well be the backup for that fight.
She could.
And then if something happens, be right in there. Yeah, the women, you know, when you talk about the rankings, I've noticed that too. Like the women's strawweight division, those on the rankings panel put a lot of weight in that, right? You can be third in that division and still be in the top 10 in pound for pound. But that's also, there's no depth in the 145-pound division as well. So,
right.
And then there's kind of a bunch of changeover in the 135. You know, I mean, I don't know. And then 125, Valentina makes everybody look bad, you know, and so it is what it is.
So safe Holland, to say now that since Amanda, I was going to say I want to get to Kevin Holland with a big win over Cowboy Oliveira, but Alex Oliveira, not to be confused with Charles, right? But before we get off the subject of the women's side of things, Valentina, numero uno, not Amanda anymore. Mm-hmm. That's official in the rankings, but do you agree with that?
I've always said that, but I think because I think skill set wise, Valentina is the best female fighter in the world. She just has problems with Amanda's power and size in that particular matchup. But
right.
Man, I don't know. You know, I think that had Amanda, Pena was not the number 2 or 3 ranked contender when she lost her. You know, I mean, that's what I think a lot of people moved Valentina up, because Pena's not going to be number 1. And so it just made sense that if Amanda lost, it has to be Valentina, even though she has 2 losses to Amanda, but they were a while ago. So yeah, I kind of agree with it because Amanda didn't look good. You know, she didn't look good at all in her last fight.
No, she didn't. And we're going to obviously keep an eye on that. And Valentina, number 1, pound for pound on the women's side. And obviously we got a fight card going on right now. A lot of celebrities in the house at T-Mobile Arena tonight. And Jeff, they're there to see Colby and Jorge, but we got a really good fight coming up next. But before we get to this one with Barboza and Bryce Mitchell, which is to me going to be awesome. Ooh. Great job by Kevin Holland. I mean, that's a fight he had to win. Alex Oliveira had lost 3 in a row. And Holland's looking to work his way up in the division. And when you look at Holland, he had only lost, you know, to a couple of the top guys in Brunson and Vettori at 185. So in this division right now, you know, I mean, obviously it's a welterweight fight for Kevin Holland, and he drops down in weight, but he looked really good, looked fast, looked quick on his feet. He got taken from 1, lost the first round, but got the finish in round 2.
Yeah, I mean, what I took away from that more than anything is he was taken down repeatedly in round 1. You know, and ended with Alex Oliveira on his back. And then he comes out in the second round and lands that short right hand on the inside, and it's changed everything. You know, I don't know what to think about Kevin Holland, because I actually liked him better at 185 because Brunson's the wrestler in the division that he's going to face, and everybody else is going to be a striking match. Where in the welterweight division, man, the top of it is pretty stacked with wrestlers, man. And so I don't know if Holland can make the climb at 170 that he can at 185. But that's just me. We're going to see. It was a great welterweight performance tonight.
That's a great point. I mean, with the wrestlers and the grapplers too, right? I mean, you got some tough guys at welterweight. I mean, Masvidal's at number 6. Colby's at number 1. Colby wouldn't take this fight if it wasn't for the grudge match and the friendship and all that stuff. But, you know, even Chiesa at number 10, Khamzat's 11, which is crazy. You know, Khamzat Chimaev, but it's interesting when you think about that. That's not going to last long. But, you know, guys like, I mean, Wonder Boy would probably be a good fight for Kevin Holland, you know, I mean, because he's a striker. But
and Masvidal could be a good fight for him.
Maybe Masvidal. But the thing about Masvidal is, and everybody's, and I'm guilty of this too. I did a preview on this, and I thought about it. Everyone's just going Colby. He's a huge favorite, 3-1. Obvious reasons. The gas tank, you know, the fights against Kamaru. Everyone says he would be champion if it wasn't for Usman. The wins that he has, the you know, the energy, the cardio, the sustained striking, even though he doesn't necessarily have that knockout power or hasn't really shown it. But people are sleeping on Masvidal's connectivity, man. Jorge Masvidal has the ability. He's a great boxer. He has the ability to connect at any time, and he's got a lot of power, so he can turn the lights out. So most people are thinking, because I think it's because they saw Masvidal get knocked out by Usman, or they saw the other fight against, you know, Kamaru, where he kind of dominated him with, you know, the wrestling and the clinch game, really, and the foot stomps. Who can forget the foot stomps on Fight Island? But Colby's wrestling is huge. Masvidal's takedown defense is almost 80%, but Jorge can hit you from anywhere, and he can hit you with a lot of power. We got another fighter at the podium here. Who do we have? We have, Spivak,
Sergey.
my favorite fighter. Knocked out Greg Hardy, finished him.
I'm sure you predicted a victory, but did you foresee it going that easily for you? Like the second you took him down, it looked like it was pretty much over.
Yes, I think about this. I wait his leg. Yes, I will be ready for this. Yes.
A lot was made on his weight. He was almost 300 pounds when he got here, and then he cut down to 265. And he put on all that weight again. Did he feel stronger than your typical heavyweight in there when you did get a hold of him?
Но я думаю, что он бы чувствовал, если бы мы дошли. Я говорю, я бы чувствовал, если бы мы дошли до второго раунда, до третьего. А так в первом раунде он был сильный.
He thinks that first round he won fast, and that's why he didn't feel nothing. If it in second, third round, maybe.
You said you got out with no injuries. When would you like to get back in there? I know this fight was rescheduled, so are you hoping for another quick turnaround to get back in the octagon?
6 months I prepare for this fight. It's very long training camp, you know, and but I think 3 months I come back.
Is there any specific names you would like to fight?
I don't choose my opponents. UFC give me fights, I fight.
Good English, by the way.
I learn.
Over here, just one question. Over here.
Yeah, okay.
Just one question. Would you step up to fight Aspinall if Volkov can't make it?
What I think about this fight?
Would you fight Aspinall if Volkov can't go?
When this fight? In April?
March, 2 weeks. In London.
I don't know if it's right, because last time I fight with him 1 week before 1 week I say yes for this fight, and I don't was ready for this fight.
Yeah, no, mature answer. I appreciate that.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you very much.
Everything
Sergey
throw to him
Spivak.
and hurt him. Everything.
Round 1, 2 minutes, 16 seconds. Took Greg Hardy down, beat him up.
Hurt, yes.
It's pretty much. As soon as it hit the ground,
That sound.
start
They got the
taking
TVs
hold
up
on
in there
Edson,
at T-Mobile Arena.
especially if I can get him in
Man,
certain
Vegas is
positions,
packed tonight, Jeff.
which
There's
we
people
call cooking.
everywhere, all over town.
Hook 'em to the bone is the battle cry for Bryce Mitchell.
Oh yeah, this is a big
No man
fight
can
weekend.
withstand
You know,
me.
although there's no title fight,
I'm gonna cook Edson to the bone. Everybody knows it's gonna go down for sure. I have more experience in how I was in this game for a long time. I think it's not gonna show nothing new. I think that's big benefit for me for sure. I know he ain't facing anybody like me.
And I agree with Carlo.
I think the biggest mistake he's gonna make is taking the fight with me.
Is that I think Masvidal's takedown defense and ground game is underrated. But I also feel like Colby Covington's stand-up is underrated. You know?
Are you here in the press room still, Jeff?
He's a rapper who just released a new song called The True
I think that's coming from Scott, if you can hear us.
Bryce is that of a fighter. The rising
Yeah,
star,
the press room.
27 years old, has been out of competition for about 17 months due to injury, but he
I can't hear anything but that.
to return tonight with style.
I can hear you, but yeah, that's
Many things that make
pretty
Bryce
loud.
Mitchell unique.
Hey, look, we're giving
Probably most
everybody
noticeable are those camo shorts, which are reserved for only one man on the roster.
Right, there's TVs everywhere closer to TV and
Bryce Mitchell got his camo shorts, and now he has risen to number 11 in the world at 145 pounds. He has won 5 consecutive fights.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's hearing us right now. They're hearing that.
Joe, there's no doubt about it. Mitchell is also dealing with a layoff that dates to 2020. He missed all of last year, but confidence seemingly not an issue for the outstanding grappler Bryce Mitchell.
Well, there's a lot of confidence in him in the betting line, too, because he's the favorite, which to me is very strange. When you think of the accomplishments of Edson Barboza, both at lightweight and at featherweight, the fact that they think that this man, with the kind of talent that he's faced, is that good, that he's the favorite, it shows you how much people feel that this guy's special. But how much of that is personality and how much of that is actual accomplishments inside the octagon?
All right, tonight's fighter.
Oh, there we go. Oh, I can't hear you now, Jim. Are you muted?
Yes, I muted myself. There we go. We're good. Sound. The sound of silence.
I had to go pee. Sorry.
Yeah, there you go. You had to go pee.
I just had lunch with Scott the other day because I'm living here in Vegas now, and then I'm like literally, I told him I probably got up to pee probably 4 times during lunch, and that's the only part of me that acts my age, Jeff, is my bladder. Only one thing acts my age, so I'm lucky in a sense, but I mean, there's nothing when that bladder calls and you're just running. So I get it, Scott. No worries. Bryce Mitchell entering the octagon. This is the fight of all the fights on the card that I've been looking forward to the most. Barboza with the power, the speed, the leg kicks. I mean, just any kick. Barboza, legendary kicker. And Bryce Mitchell, I mean, 9 submissions, no finishes on the feet, but jiu-jitsu is off the charts. And, he's just strong. He's a farmer in Arkansas, farms his own land, right? And Barboza out of Brazil. And, he's done well since he's gone down to featherweight. But this fight right here, Jeff, Mitchell and Barboza, is the one that I've been looking forward to. Can't wait for this one to get started.
It's a big fight. It's a step up in competition for Mitchell, if you ask me. But I think that this is a favorable stylistic matchup for him because I feel like Barboza is going to struggle with Mitchell's wrestling. But Barboza is explosive. He is fast. He's got crazy kicks from all over the place. So if you give him any space, he can definitely end the night. But we'll see.
Number 10 and 11.
I kind of feel like Mitchell's going to take him down, and that's how this fight's going to go. But we'll see.
Yeah, no doubt. And I'm looking forward to, the Barboza and underdog. Mitchell opened at -152. He's at -180 right now. Barboza at +155. It's gotten a little closer. Barboza's had finishes by head kick, body kick, and leg kick. He's the only fighter in UFC history with finishes from all 3 types of kicks. And, second most finishes by kicks in UFC. I mean, he's just an elite kicker, right? And he's pretty damn good with his hands too. Barboza at featherweight, he's been a lot better. And I mean, Barboza's always been one of those guys, Jeff. I mean, you think about how as long as he's been around, all the fights we've seen of his, I mean, he's had a submission win by kick, and he went through a real rough time toward the end of his run at lightweight and his first fight. He lost to Khabib, he lost to Kevin Lee. He lost to Gaethje. He lost to Felder. I mean, look at the guys he fought, though. I mean, and then he lost to Dan Ige, right? But, I mean, losing to Khabib, Kevin Lee, the old Kevin Lee, and then Justin Gaethje and Paul Felder, I mean, those are elite fighters. Elite. And before that, it was Tony Ferguson. It isn't like he's lost to anybody who was out of the top 5 or even the top 3 when they fought him.
And I believe that was one of Khabib's toughest fights, if I'm remembering correctly. I could be wrong.
Yeah. It was a decision.
He's explosive, man. He's explosive, and he's unorthodox. And, I mean, he's textbook, but he hits you from angles that you just aren't used to. You know, he's able to spin fast. He's able to do a lot of dynamic things. He's a dangerous man, man. He's a dangerous man. But Bryce Mitchell's not going to stand in front of him. He's going to immediately shoot for legs in this one, is my guess.
No, and the last time we saw Barboza, he was getting finished by Giga Chikadze in the 3rd round, had a main event last August in Vegas. And, you know, I mean, Bryce Mitchell's undefeated. You got him in the, the Ultimate Fighter finale. He beat Tyler Diamond, but he's beaten Bobby Moffett, the Wolfman. He's beaten Matt Sales, Charles Rosa, and Andre Feely. And now here he is with his toughest test to date. And he was talking about this on one of the shows. I don't know if it was Countdown, probably not Countdown, one of the embeddeds where he was farming his land and, you know, feeding the animals. But it's interesting when you think about, you know, taking a big step up in competition. You know, the guy's real good. He's undefeated. But this type of fight, you have to win this type of fight on your way towards something. When you're a prospect, when you're an up-and-comer, when you're a star in the making, you have to win. You know, Kevin Holland just beat, and he's been around a long time, but he just beat Oliveira. You have to win these fights. You have to beat the Barbozas of the world on your way. It's a big test for Mitchell, but if he passes it, he moves up into that next level of competition where he's only fighting top 10 guys and maybe even top 5 guys after that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is a huge fight for Mitchell's career. You know, first, like you mentioned, he's undefeated. So that's easily marketable, you know. And with a win over Barboza, you're right. He's going to jump in the rankings. He's going to get those marquee matchups. You can see him headline fight night cards or whatever until he gets to the point where he can be in title contention. But this is the first step in that, it's the first major step forward, if you ask me. All those other wins are great, but whenever you beat Edson Barboza, we know you're going up the ladder.
Thug Nasty. The fans love him, Jeff. He's a fan favorite for sure. I mean, he's going to make the money with those wins and with that climb up the rankings, and they're going to be quicker to give him a title shot. You know, I mean, it's Barboza's clearly coming out trying to throw legs at that lead leg, and Barboza's going to want to avoid the takedowns. Mitchell's grappling, his wrestling, submission game is fantastic, but he's quick on the feet as well, and he's looking to get Barboza, and you can see early on, Mitchell is controlling the octagon. Barboza kind of circling around the edge about a foot away from the cage, and Mitchell just kind of mirroring him and following him wherever he's going, trying to get in there and engage with him. He wants to get in tight. He wants to fight him in a phone booth. Kicks too.
Right now, right now it's just a battle of distance. You know, Mitchell wants to get inside, and Barboza needs to keep it out there where his kicks come into play.
Right.
It's interesting, though. It's interesting. I mean, Barboza's landed a few hard leg kicks already.
Yeah.
We'll see, because it doesn't take many from him. You know, it doesn't take many danger for Barboza kicks.
Doesn't take a lot. You're right. I mean, and he's missing with a lot of them. Mitchell just got a nice one in under the ribs. Oh, a big left from Mitchell floors Barboza. Yes, but he knocked him right down on the ground up against the cage, and now he's shot right in for a single leg. See if he can get it. Barboza's takedown defense is pretty good. Mitchell, a black belt in jiu-jitsu. Barboza's a brown belt. But Barboza's been in there against enough wrestlers in his career. So he's got takedown. That's the fence. 3 minutes left. This is not a place where Barboza wants to be with Mitchell straight down on top of him.
Not at all. It's the last place he wants to be. And Mitchell's sneaky. You know, he's sneaky on the ground. That was a good left hand, though. It was just a straight left hand down the middle that connected.
Barboza's shoulders up against the cage and his head. The rest of his body's flat on the mat. And Mitchell's just like right between his legs trying to penetrate through and get to where he wants to be. The ground and pound just hit him with a nice little elbow there. Bryce Mitchell, this is where, you know, you have to be poised and you have to be patient and you want to just unload on a guy. But Mitchell's doing a good job kind of waiting for things to open up here.
Yeah, you don't want to create too much space and give Barboza an opportunity to get back to his feet, but you definitely want to create enough space to where you can land some shots. Mitchell's great in this position, though. He's great at controlling you on the ground, and we'll see what Barboza can do to change the situation around. Right now, not going his way.
No, not at all.
Ooh, nice elbow.
Not at all for Edson Barboza. And minute 45, still plenty of time. Right, plenty of time for him to work still.
Oh, yeah, plenty of time.
You said stifling. That's a great word. It kind of reminds you of Islam Makhachev, who we saw last week, right? I mean, he's on top of you. It's a different type of ground control because he's heavy, and it's just rough and awful to have somebody that heavy. And people go, what do you mean? You know, how's he heavier than anybody else that weight? Because they know how to leverage and move their body weight around to the point where they feel twice as heavy, and it takes so much more out of you. And it's so much harder to get out of there, to escape, to get out of that position. And Barboza just has no chance right now with 1:05 left. I mean, there's no way he's getting up out of this position. I'd be shocked.
Yeah, it's just positioning, you know, and good technique. You don't give them any space or any room, and you use any movement against them, you know. But yeah, that's a different type of a guy on top of you than normal. You know, just having
37 ground strikes
on top of you or something.
Right, and 37 ground strikes. Barboza gets up under 40 seconds left in the round. But that takedown and all those strikes on the ground did real well for Mitchell.
All right, sorry, my audio kicked on. That was the strangest thing. It does that every now and then.
Right.
Yeah, Mitchell's just putting on a clinic right now. I mean, that's just all there is to it. Once he got this fight to the ground, Barboza has nothing for him. But every round starts standing. You know, every round starts standing. So Barboza needs to do something early in these rounds because he's probably going to end in this position.
Clear round for Mitchell for sure. Thug nasty.
Oh, I mean, once it played out on his feet, you know, I mean, like I said, they landed. He ends up knocking Barboza down with a straight left hand, and then takes him down, and that was it. He just dominated the round. I don't think that's a 10-8 round or anything, but it's a solid 10-9.
Yeah, 10-9 solid for sure for him. But a good start for Mitchell. I mean, that left hand was solid, knocked him down, and he went right. I mean, Barboza got right up. He went right in, got the leg. Mitchell did, and then just took him right down.
Yeah, Mitchell's doing everything that he needs to do. Barboza just has to try to maintain that distance. You know, I mean, had he not got hit with that left hand, he might not have been taken down, but he got hit with that left hand, you know?
Yeah. Starting round number 2. Here we go. Barboza looking to be a little bit more aggressive on the feet here. Jim Grieshaber, Jeff Cain, MMA Weekly's live coverage of UFC 272. Hit us up in the chat. Let us know how you're feeling tonight. We got a pretty good crowd in there right now.
Yeah, tell us who you got in the main event and why, maybe. Or able to victory.
He says, Thug Nasty doing better than I expected. Colby will kill Masvidal, says Don Hall. Mitchell right back down on top of Barboza now, meanwhile, Jeff. This is what I expected Mitchell to kind of just maul him.
Yeah, I expected Mitchell to just keep taking him down, you know, or take him down the 1-2 and keep him there. You know, I think that the main event's more together. You know, they know each other's tendencies. They know positions, you know, and so this isn't just a normal matchup. You know, it's hard to beat your sparring partner, you know, regularly. But we'll see. I mean, you know, what worries me about Covington in this fight is Covington's a pressure fighter, and well, that didn't work out for a lot of people facing Masvidal, and so it's going to be interesting. It's going to be really interesting. I think it's going to be in the clinch, like the Masvidal Usman fight. I think that's where Colby's going to have a lot of success. And then from distance, but he has to watch in the clinch position because Masvidal's got some sneaky elbows in that position. He's crafty. I love the main event. I think it's a closer fight than a lot of people think that it is.
I can't wait to see this fight. Barboza, meanwhile, Jeff, is bleeding out of his left eye, and Mitchell's still on top of him. 3 minutes left in round 2. I agree with you about Masvidal. I hated picking Colby in this fight just from the standpoint of I hate to count Masvidal out. He's a kid from the streets. He fought in the streets. He's fought everyone, everywhere, different weight classes, different promotions. You know what I mean? And he finally had his run. I mean, look, the fight against Darren Till, the backstage run-in with Leon Edwards, which really blew him up on social media, the 3-piece in a soda, then the flying knee over Ben Askren. It's like everything just kind of took flight for him that year. And let's not forget, it was Nate Diaz who called him out Anaheim at UFC 241 that made the BMF fight. So what a stroke of luck for Jorge Masvidal, who had been around forever, a couple of years back, to create that BMF persona, to make the money he's making, to get the title shots that he got. He signed a new contract. I'm really just super happy for the guy. But he's got to win this fight, Jeff. If Masvidal doesn't win this fight, you know who he is. He's another guy who's just getting fights and like a Carlos Condit. He becomes a Carlos Condit post-championship run where he's going to get fights. He's going to get good fights. He's going to make a bunch of money. He's going to be a fan favorite, but he's not a serious title contender anymore. He loses this fight, he's nowhere near title contention. Colby, probably a little closer, a lot closer, but Masvidal loses this one, he's barely in the top 10. I mean, it's reasonable to think that he'd be like an 8 or a 9 with a loss here.
Well, it would be a loss to the number 1 contender. And drops him very far, if any, but you're right about the title shot. He's nowhere near. He's nowhere near
gone
right now. Now, if he wins this fight, then all of a sudden, holy shit, he just took out the number 1 contender, so you can't deny him that he's a contender again. But I agree with you. I don't feel like he's in title contention. Colby, it's the 2 losses to Usman. It's what's preventing him from getting back to a title fight. He needs somebody to beat Usman.
Man, I just want to say real quick, Jeff, Bryce Mitchell is just mauling Edson Barboza. 102 ground strikes to none. I mean, he's just mauling him. He's had him on the ground. He's just got him on the ground, beating the crap out of him. And this is a Bryce Mitchell fight. This is what he does. He does this, and then he submits you. He finds a way to get that submission done, and it's crazy. But, you're right about Masvidal. I mean, he's out of title contention anyway right now. He's probably going to need more wins. But a win tonight, because Bilal Muhammad, Vicente Luque are ranked ahead of him. That doesn't matter. It's like, king me in checkers. You jump all over the board if you're Masvidal, you beat Colby. He's going to fight Leon Edwards if he beats Colby, because that's the one everybody's wanted to see, right? I mean, doesn't that sense? Because you got Burns fighting Khamzat, and Khamzat's 11 like I'm 11. I mean, he's not ranked number. He's considered to be a top 5 guy by the matchmakers, by everybody. So Khamzat and Gilbert Burns, who's ranked number 2, that's coming up next month in Jacksonville on a stacked card with Petr Yan and Aljamain Sterling, and the main event's Volkanovski and the Korean Zombie. But a win by Masvidal, he's probably fighting Leon Edwards, which everyone in the world wants to see. A loss by Masvidal, maybe he's fighting Wonder Boy. Who knows who he's fighting with a loss? But, I mean, I feel like this is a make or break for Jorge Masvidal. And as dangerous as he is, as skilled as he is, as experienced as he is, he's the one talking all the trash. Colby's a little bit more of a hothead, but we saw the same thing with 2 Usman fights. Anybody who thinks Colby Covington's going to go in there and lose his friends anymore, you're not following the fight game. Anyone who thinks there and loses cool because these guys used to be buddies and now they talk crap to each other. These are professionals at the highest level. And all these writers and all these people previewing this fight are saying, oh, well, if they don't keep their cool and they lose their they're not going to lose their temper, man. They're professionals. It's not going to turn into that. I mean, it's not going to turn into that. So when that happens, I go with the more skilled fighter. I go with the quicker fighter with the better cardio. I go with the bigger wins and the better experience. And I don't mean better experience by more fights. I go with Colby Covington. I have to agree with the odds makers. I have to think the wrestling gives him a big advantage. I have to think that, Masvidal's great. He gets up fast when he gets taken down. His defense is good. He can hit you from anywhere. But overall, Colby's got more skills, and Barboza just knocked Bryce Mitchell down. So here they are. I don't know if that was a slip or whatever, but Mitchell just went flat on his back as they fight in round number 3. Clearly 2-0 for Mitchell. But, Jeff, you know what I'm getting at. Overall, in terms of the skills, the athleticism, and a fighter brings to the table, you almost have to go with Colby.
I mean, we'll see. I mean, Colby keeping his head on the center line worries me a little bit against Masvidal. I mean, Colby's going to pressure him. He's going to pressure him and press him up against the cage. And if Masvidal can connect as Colby's coming in, then, that's a game changer. But that goes with anybody.
Mitchell just
Mitchell
just took Barboza down again.
Colby. Yeah, the safe money's Colby for sure. But I wouldn't be shocked at all if Masvidal sleeps him. Not at all. Because and what I'll say about the grudge match is that no, neither one of them are going to lose their cool, but both of them were extremely motivated to prepare for this fight. Extremely motivated to prepare for this fight.
Well, think about this too. And you know what, Jeff, clarify for people too who are watching about keeping his head on the center line. I mean, obviously I know what you mean in terms of leaving it out there for a big shot from Masvidal, but maybe just explain how you think that might happen, how he might leave it out there over the course of the fight.
I mean, he doesn't, when he throws his jab and stuff, he keeps his head on the center line. He doesn't move. He doesn't do that. And when he does, he usually is just dipping to kind of fake a takedown and try left hand. And so those could get you in trouble against a really high level striker. And where Masvidal, I feel, is a little better at that because his boxing's better. But don't sleep on Colby's stand-up. Colby hurt Usman with his striking. Colby beat the shit out of Robbie Lawler. I mean, it's not like he hasn't fought people who has strikers. You know what I mean? Colby knows how to deal with the striker. It's just a matter of can Masvidal find that angle and find that opening. I think that the opening will be there. I just don't know if he'll capitalize on it. But look, the consensus is going against the fence. Wear him out, finish him late in the fight with ground and pound because his cardio's better.
I mean, look at what he did against Woodley where he injured his rib and he was just smothering him. The decisions over Barbarena and Kim and Maya, Dos Anjos and Robbie Lawler, he just dominated those fights. Absolutely dominated those fights, Colby Covington. And, and you made an interesting point, Jeff. This is something sparring partners, all right, for a long time. When we talked about this with Ngannou, and Ngannou used wrestling to beat him, which I'm sure Cyril Gane had no idea it was coming, right? So you show them something that they never really saw from you before. But these guys have seen everything from one another. They're 170 pounders. They're athletic. They're strong. They're fast. And they train together for a long time, man. There's not a lot that each guy could do that the other one hasn't seen from him over the years. So, I mean, how much of a factor is that, right? I mean, how much of a factor is it that Masvidal might be able to see something a little bit earlier than any other fighter with Colby if Colby's going for a takedown? Or, if Masvidal's looking to throw a combination and Colby's seen it 100 times before there, he might have a tell that only Colby would see. Because it's a real thing because you really get to know your training partners in their every move, their every tendency. So how much would you look for each guy to maybe switch things up to try to confuse the other one? Or how much would you say these guys should just take the Bill Parcells approach and just say, hey, you know what the hell we're going to do? Good luck stopping it.
Yeah, I think that Covington just needs to do what he does. If someone has to mix it up, I think it's going to have to be like if Masvidal shoots for takedown in the first round, that would definitely be different. That would be a mix of a strategy. And like I said, I think Masvidal has an underrated ground game. He's been an American top team forever. He has more black belts under one roof than the
no kidding.
The country of Brazil. It's crazy. But so is Colby. I don't know. I mean, like I said, I think the smart money's on Colby, but I would not be shocked at all in those big moments, like we brought up in the BMF title, in the big moments outside of those Usman fights. Masvidal just delivered. And so, but Colby has delivered in all of his big moments except for the Usman fights. So this is an interesting, and they know each other. Like, like if you train with somebody, like I said, tendencies, things they don't like to do, things that they don't like, where their weaknesses are. and their insecurities on top of all of that. And so it's going to be interesting, but I don't think any of that's going to come into play. I think that there was a time where Masvidal might have been able to big brother Colby, but those days are over. Those days are over.
Gone. And just like that, the days of Bryce Mitchell not being a top contender are over as well in the featherweight division. He might be the next guy to make a run toward the top with this combination of wrestling and that ground and pound that we saw tonight. Make no mistake about it, he'll get some finishes from the top on the ground. He didn't get one tonight against Barboza, but he landed some big elbows and some big punches. He cut him wide open, and he completely controlled Edson Barboza throughout this fight. He's brilliant at punching into his takedowns, and he just completely dominated this fight. So good job by Mitchell. I mean, that passes a really big test for him, Jeff. When you look at Mitchell, he was number 11, Barboza number 10. So Ige, who has a win already over Barboza. You got Giga Chikadze with a win over Barboza. So Arnold Allen, Josh Emmett, Calvin Kattar, one of those guys will be next for Bryce Mitchell as he works his way up in that division.
Yeah.
I mean, another win after this one, and he's top 5.
Yeah, and he's undefeated, and so that you tend to jump over some people when you're undefeated. I mean, he's on this hell of a win streak, and then he just beat the number 10 ranked guy. He could pass a couple of those people, man. I don't know that he's going to, but I mean, because you got to look at it all and break it all down and all that. But Mitchell's a contender, man. He's a rising star. Excuse me, I was about to drop F-bombs on there. He's a rising star, man, and he showed that he just knocked a striker down with his left hand. We already know about his submissions and his cardio and his wrestling. I mean, he does kind of fight like one of those Dagestan fighters. He does fight like a Khabib. He does fight like a Khamzat, which is strange because he's from Arkansas.
Man, there's a lot of farm strength on him for sure. But I mean, that's a big win for Mitchell. Huge. He's still undefeated. Thug Nasty is in the building tonight. I mean, he's overall 15-1. I don't know where they get the 1 from. I never saw the 1. Did you?
I don't recall him losing the 1. Let me look.
I think that might be yeah, there's
no, that's from the Ultimate Fighter, and that was an exhibition fight.
Yeah, so he's not that's the graphic was wrong. When do you ever see that? Man, the UFC. So, but yeah, I mean the wins just keep on coming. I mean the Bobby Moffats and the Sales and the Rosa and then the Andre Fili and then the Barboza, and then you're going to see a top 10 fighter, in the second 5 there, and then next up, he'll be. But that left hand that he dropped Barboza with in round 1, put him on the ground. Round 2, round 3, takedowns in both. Round 2, it was almost right away. Round 3, it was at the 3-minute mark. Barboza didn't get up either time. I mean, he held him down for almost the full 5 minutes of round 2 and almost a little over 3 minutes in round 3. I mean, I got to check the stats on this. This is one thing I like when watching it on my phone on ESPN Plus. So the ground control, 11 minutes and 28 seconds, Jeff. I mean, look, you've trained. I've trained. I've taken guys down where they'll get me start in full mount, and he throws me off him right away. It is not easy to keep a man down. It's not. Everyone thinks it's like once you take someone down. No, it's probably harder to hold someone down and to keep them down than it is to get them there in the first place. I'd say it's harder to hold someone down than it is to take them down. So for him to have that time, that amount of ground control time on a guy like Barboza, 11 minutes and 28 seconds on 4 takedowns. 4.
Yeah, in a
Average that
15-minute fight.
Yeah.
It's absolutely crazy. I agree. Look, sometimes the worst thing you can do is take somebody down, right? I mean, because they're so much better on the ground, and you take them down, and it's in a terrible freaking position. But Bryce Mitchell's one of those people who's really, like I said, he's just stifling on the ground. He gives you no space, and just whenever you post up, he pulls it. He traps your arm behind your back. He does all the extremely frustrating, and it's hard to defend against. It's hard to defend. I mean,
I think he's
and there's nothing more humbling than grappling somebody better than you.
My bad.
All right, well, here we go. And Kevin Holland knows that.
See everybody else. I'm just saying, you know what I mean? It's like
Alex Oliveira.
when I come to Vegas, I'm just like,
it's
a Kevin Schmo party. You know what I mean? Like, y'all don't be seeing me at the hotel trying to drink with me and hang with me. Y'all, we gotta be more friends, y'all. Come on, we gonna have to throw a party or something. Yeah, come on, let's go.
Well, Kevin, congratulations on the successful debut at welterweight.
Thank
what
you.
are your initial thoughts after that fight?
I started off too slow in the first round. Nothing to be too happy about. Happy to get the dub, though, for sure. Happy to be back in the win column, for sure. But, just ready to get back to the drawing board. Got taken down 2 times. That's not good enough. So, got to work on some things for sure.
Physically, how'd you feel in there at 170? Well, obviously you were 170 pounds in there, but after the weight cut.
My lungs felt good. I blew back up to 190 pounds. So, I felt good, man. I felt really, really good. This is really probably something I should have did a long time ago. But I'm stubborn, hard-headed. You know me. I still like fighting guys at 85. I like the big guys. When they fall, it sounds a lot bigger. Like, you know what I mean? The 70 guys fall, and it's like, I was like, damn, did I drop him? All right, I got to run over there. Yeah, so,
Was that a thumbs up you gave after getting when Cowboy was on your back?
Yeah, just because, the judge had told me, the ref had told me before the fight, he was like, don't say nothing if you get in a submission. You got to do something. You got to show me something. So as soon as he put me in a submission, I was like, ha, you know what I mean? Like, I'm good to go. Don't worry about it.
Well, like a couple of years ago, you were saying like the ground game's your weakest, and you get stuck in rear naked chokes, and now you're giving thumbs up. I love a pay-per-view.
I mean, I said that to bait Mickey Gall, but I realized Mickey Gall ain't gonna never be baited by me. So, yeah. I mean, look, it still is something I need to work on. My wrestling can always be better. My jiu-jitsu, I'm still a black belt underneath Travis Lutter, so I don't mind being in submissions. I don't mind doing actual jiu-jitsu. It's the wrestling part that I got to continue to work on, and I will continue to work on it. So I didn't get a chance to take anybody down today, but somebody did get a chance to take me down. So therefore, the job is nowhere near close to done.
And you called out the other Cowboy, I think, at the end of the fight. He's sitting octagon side. Did you see him?
No, I was just throwing up stupid shit. You know me, I be just talking. But I think the other Cowboy and me should not fight, to be honest with you. I think I should be fighting Daniel Rodriguez next. So, yeah. Just because last time I called out Cowboy, Daniel Rodriguez hopped in my inbox and was like, yo, don't do that. That's my OG. So respect to both of those guys. Of course, I would like to fight the OG, but sometimes you got to take out the student before you can take out the OG. And if I take out the student, I don't even really feel like I need to take out the OG because, just it'd be nice to have the name on the board. But at the end of the day, I'm a big Cowboy fan. So, I mean, it probably wouldn't even make me feel as good as I think it would. So, yeah.
So is it just you want to take out the student before the master, or is it like the matchup with Daniel Rodriguez?
Honestly, I don't fucking know. I just want to fight. You know what I mean? I just want to fight. Like, fight everybody.
Is the weight cut that easy that you can keep this up frequently? Like, because at middleweight you were fighting so frequently, but you got to do this weight cut now.
I could fight way more frequent at 85, of course. At 70, I do need some weeks to make sure my body, adjusts and does everything right. I do not want to have a bad weight cut ever. So, yeah, as long as I have Charles and I have Icon Mills, I think I'll be okay. Shout out to Charles from UFC PI. He's freaking amazing.
You said that you got up to 190 today?
Yeah, I'm 190 pounds.
When you fought at 185, what would you usually be?
188, 192. So crazy, bro. It's I don't understand it.
You ever do stuff like this and you go, I was an idiot?
I mean, yeah, the whole time. I mean, even when I win a fight at 85, I'm like, you lucky bastard. You know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, it's just one of those things where it's like I always say I could be a better athlete, a more professional athlete. But back in the day when I used to cut the 70, I used to be so mean to my mom. I used to be so mean to my little brother. I used to be so mean to everybody that was around me when I used to cut weight. And I didn't want to be that person again. I was happy to be out here for 2 weeks, not be around the family. But I didn't even get an attitude like that this time, So, like I said, shout out to Charles, shout out to the UFC PI, and shout out to Icon Mills. It was a fantastic weight cut.
Good stuff.
You said that you felt like you were starting a little bit slow. The commentary was actually even saying like, oh, maybe he needs to slow down a little bit. Cowboy isn't somebody you want to just kind of go forward with. Was that even in your thought, or was there any hesitation? Did he pose any sort of threat that you felt that you had to go slow?
No, I was wondering what the hell was going on, why I couldn't speed up, really, to be honest with you. I wanted to throw more punches faster, ferociously. I just wanted to go out there and just be throwing with the wind, you know what I mean? Of course I was always going to be cautious of what he was doing, but I wanted to go out there and really just display just a beautiful style of just martial arts. And I started off very slow in the first, and I was like, what the hell is going on? And I knew I had to get that second round back, so, I was like, man, if I got to shoot a takedown at the last minute and a half of this fight in the second round just to make sure I get this round back, I will. So I was fully prepared to go out there in round 2 and 3 to do whatever it took to win the fight. And I had a feeling that meant taking the guy's back like how he had my back and just hanging out like a backpack.
And you're used to taking bigger guys' punches, but what do you think when you finally actually took a little bit of power at a smaller weight? Did it give you extra confidence that the move down was the right decision?
Yeah, move down, definitely the right decision. They all hit the same. You know what I mean? It's like the bigger guys don't know how to box, so when they punch, they don't punch the right way. Oliveira's probably a better striker than the past 5-6 guys I fought, so he probably hit a little better, a little sharper than those guys. But at the end of the day, can't nobody in the UFC really box that good, so they don't really know how to turn their punches over the right way. They push punch, you know, like if you're off balance, it would knock you over, but they don't never really like set their butt down and you know, turn the hips over and really punch. So it's way different when you're in a boxing ring and somebody knows how to box and they're smacking you. So yeah, no disrespect to these guys, you know, they still got great takedowns, so I don't want to piss these guys off.
And I know that he wouldn't have been able to understand a lot of what you said, but did you still take the chance to jaw at him a little bit when you guys were out there? Did you talk anything in his ear?
I probably said something here and there, but I mean, yeah, I was just happy to get the fight over with and happy to let his coaches know. I think they spoke a little good English and let them know that I was a big fan of Oliveira and everything he's done, and you know, just happy to be in there with them. And I hope he didn't take any offense to me riding the horse video. I just, you know, yeah.
And then lastly, if you could just kind of walk us through that finish, how you set that up, and then when you actually heard him, did you know that it was going to be over?
I had hit him with a right hand in the first round, and he kind of stumbled a little bit, and I was like, oh yeah, I forgot I had that magical weapon. So when I hit him with it in the second round, and he fell, I was like, damn, he hurt. I was like, ooh, I better go finish this. And then I was punching him, and the ref got close, and I was like, ooh, he about to stop it. And then, like, Oliveira kind of, like, made a good move for a second. And I was like, oh, no, we got to grapple. I was like, I better elbow. So, no, I knew I had him hurt, but I just wasn't absolutely sure how hurt. You know what I mean? Dude's an OG, dude's a veteran. He could have came back and got on my ass. So, yeah, you know, I'm happy I got to put him away.
And recently we got to see you do some grappling. Is that something that you're hoping to try to be able to kind of do in your time off, get some more little grappling events?
Yeah, most definitely. There's some guy calling me out right now. I guess he's a pretty badass college wrestler back in the day, and now he's fighting for one of the lower leagues, you know, one of the ones that wish they were the UFC. So, yeah, I mean, if that guy really wants to do a jiu-jitsu match or something like that, we can gladly do a jiu-jitsu match. He just needs to quit tagging me all the time. This dude's fucking weird, but shout out to him, man.
Congrats on the victory.
Thank you, bro. Appreciate it.
Hey, Kevin, how you doing, brother?
How you doing?
All good, man. I've seen you've been working with my dude, Brawler Bible, quite a bit, and I was just wondering, do you guys have any plans to, like, create a YouTube channel or something? Because I reckon it would do really good.
Yeah, man, Brawler has any ideas, and if Brawler's doing anything, I completely back Brawler 100%. Brawler is going to be doing what you guys are doing right now in the future, and he's going to do a great job at it. So if you guys aren't following Brawler right now, follow him and give the kid some tips. You know, he's the future of the media. So fucking love Brawler, man. Does a good job of covering this shit.
Last question for me. What is your strain of choice post-fight?
Strain? THC?
Yep.
All the roaches that my boys been smoking throughout the week. I just want to be able to be a part of the group. I'm like, yeah, give me all the blunts you guys smoked the whole time I couldn't smoke, so I can try everything you guys had all in one. So it's a fat ass roach blunt.
I love it, man. Well done, bro.
Thank you.
Hey,
What's
Kevin,
up, my man?
What's up, man? I want to know, you know, when you came up and you had that great year in 2020, it was all at the Apex. What was the night like tonight, like, you know, main card, pay-per-view, and you got that pop out there in Vegas?
Man, it was the shit, bro. After going to watch the fights in Houston and seeing the crowd and stuff like that, I just knew I wanted to be in front of a crowd again, and it was fun, man. It was fun. Maybe that's why I couldn't get my legs right in the first round. Man, I was just soaking that in, and then it all came out in the second round, Super Saiyan. But yeah, I was super happy to be out in front of a crowd. Don't get it twisted, though. I'll go fight the Apex tomorrow if you guys want me to.
I'm going to ask you to use your imagination a little bit. What's a better buddy cop movie? Darren Till and Hamzat fighting crime in Sweden, or you and Derek Lewis fighting crime in Houston?
Come on, bro. H-Town, baby. Stand up.
Thank you. Congrats.
Who's the guy that keeps calling you out for a jiu-jitsu match?
I can't think of his name. It's like I kept comparing him to like Downey Freshener because his name was Downey or some shit like that. So I don't know, man. All I know is the dude. I think he got signed with the company that starts with a B or the company that starts with a.
Are you talking about Pat
has a
Downey?
letter in the name?
You talking about Pat Downey?
Downey? Pick him up, Downey.
Pat Downey just signed the Bellator.
That that guy right there. Yeah, that guy. That guy's fucking weird, bro. And he wears a shitload of pink.
He got in a lot of trouble in college.
You got in a lot of trouble in college?
Yeah.
Well, he better stay away from me because I put him in a lot more. Yeah. Anybody else? No? No? All right, guys. Hey, don't knock me on the roach blunts until you try it, all right? Go.
Don't knock me on the roach blunts until you try it, Jeff.
It's crazy where we are right now, where we can just openly talk about marijuana. Of course, it's recreational in Las Vegas and Nevada.
It's recreational.
So
it's illegal in a lot of states still, but illegal. But you know what's funny? I'm
really, really behind the times. Those states.
We've all smoked a roach here and there, but I don't know that I'd make a roach blunt. I'm not real sure about that. From the week, like all through the week, I'm not so sure about it. Kevin, you're in the UFC, man. You're making cash now. You don't need the roach blunt. Throw it away, dude. Get a new bag. Make your own. Fresh. You know what I mean? This is my advice, Jeff. As an older guy, with age comes wisdom. And speaking about age and wisdom, Rafael dos Anjos is in there against Moicano. And Renato Moicano, obviously the fill-in. And there's RDA with the takedown. RDA, the former lightweight champ. He fought at lightweight, Jeff. And it seems like forever ago when he fought Felder, right? It was Felder's last fight. Felder took that fight late. Dos Anjos has had trouble with opponents dropping out. I forget who he was supposed to fight when he fought Felder, but it wasn't Felder. And he won a split decision, and that was a war back in November of 2020, but he's had fights fall off, and he was supposed to fight Islam, and COVID can't. I mean, Dos Anjos has had like 1,000 fights scheduled that haven't happened.
Yeah. It's just bad luck.
Am I right?
You know, between COVID and people getting injured, man, it's terrible. Look, they were throwing down early in this round, for sure.
And I was looking forward to seeing him fight Fiziev, but Fiziev has COVID.
Yeah. So Fiziev will be back here in a couple of weeks or a month or whatever, fighting somebody that's not RDA. Unless
I
RDA
wanted to
can
see
finish
Islam
this early.
fight RDA.
Oh, I did too. But I guess what Dana said, he turned down the fight, right?
He turned down well, they were supposed to fight before, and it was going to be, and then Dana said he turned down the fight. So now Dana, who originally said Islam is going to get the next title shot, now says he has to beat someone else first. Man, and I'll tell you what, I said to somebody the other day, I said it at the fights last week to the Schmo, and the Schmo could back me up on this, and Gabriel, they could back. The dream scenario would be Islam wins the belt, Conor knocks out Islam, Khabib comes back. Khabib said this week he would come back if Conor beat Islam, and that would be the one fight to get him out. He goes, I tapped the chicken again for my 30th win. But McGregor's looming, and Dana White says anyone who'd be mad that McGregor got a title fight would, what would you be? So McGregor's still lurking out there. Oliveira and Gaethje, neither one of them's fought Conor. Either one of them wins the belt. As a veteran who's fought 1,000 fights looking for a big payday, very easy to see how Conor McGregor would get the next title shot, especially now that Dana White says Islam's got to wait in line, and he didn't fight RDA. No one wants to fight RDA, man. He's not who he used to be. He's not champion-level RDA. He looks great again at 155. Moicano's feeling it right now with RDA on top of him, 45 seconds left round one. This guy's a champion. I don't know why he went to welterweight at 5'8". Give him credit. But a champion. And even now, he can beat anybody. And I mean anybody on any night. Now, the odds change depending upon who the person is that he could actually beat them. But as a contender's fight, as a guy that you have to beat in order to get to the top of the division, nobody's all that happy about having to see him on the way because he's a fourth-degree black belt in jiu-jitsu. He's got 5 finishes on the feet, and he's been in there against everyone and done everything you can do in this sport, man. I mean, he's just not that guy you want to face.
He's a tough out. He's a tough out with a shit ton of experience on top of that. Yeah, look, you wanted to fight RDA a few years ago. Now you don't want to see him anywhere near you. I don't think. I mean, right. Dana, I know that some people in the media keep saying that Dana's not ruling out the Conor fighting for a title, but Dana says he's probably not fighting for the title.
Right.
And I think it would be
a great disservice to Conor McGregor for his management to try to throw him. I would want a warm-up fight after an injury like that for a year. I would want a warm-up fight. I would want.
Well, Conor's management is Conor. I mean, let's be real. Like he's going to tell them do it, right? They're not going to. He's going to do
even
what
the
he
UFC,
wants.
even the matchmakers should be like, look, man, if we throw you in there and you get beat by Islam or you get beat by Gaethje, then where, so let's throw you in there with Cerrone again, and let's get you a good win, get everybody talking, and then throw you in there with one of those top guys or for the title.
Well, Tony's fighting Chandler, which I can't wait for. But I want to see Tony fight Conor still, even though it's a little bit later than it should have been. There's been some history there. There's been a war of words. I mean, maybe that's the fight that Conor takes on the way in is Tony. But, so it's, I don't know. It's interesting when I think about it.
No, I agree. Like, that's a fight that I would be looking at if I'm Conor. Whether Tony wins or loses his next fight, he's a good name. And I would rather fight Tony than fight Gaethje or Poirier again, or one of those guys at the top, and I definitely don't like Conor against Islam at all. And so I don't know, man. I mean, I understand that you pay Conor a lot of money, but look, Conor's going to sell out arenas and sell a shit ton of pay-per-views fighting me. You know what I mean?
He'll fight anybody. Dana tried to tease the Diaz trilogy. Diaz says Conor needs to win first. RDA looking for a single leg, doesn't get it. He's dominating Moicano. The odds coming into this fight were minus 190 for RDA, plus 165 for Moicano. As the second round started, the live odds for RDA were minus 1,100. So obviously dominated round one completely. And, Moicano taking this fight on very little. I mean, look, he just fought. We've seen this recently with Bobby Green. It's just not something where you turn around and look great right away. And I don't blame Islam for not taking this fight. I mean, even if he wins, I mean, it's a win. Yeah. And RDA is ranked number 6, but he's going to fight a guy ranked higher than RDA his next fight. Anyway, all he could do is potentially lose. The downside risk is much higher than the upside for Islam. And we all know Dana, he loves guys who take fights and save cards. And I understand that. I do. But Islam made the smart play. There's no doubt. You don't come
Islam's
in here and fight
not
RDA.
in that. I know that Islam's ranking, and it's because he doesn't have that huge win over somebody ranked high, but that's who he's going to fight next. And so he's going to jump way up in the rankings with his next win if he gets it.
He's still at 3 though.
Islam's he's too good in his career. Like we're looking for him to go to a title, short notice fights. Not Bryce Mitchell, maybe take a short notice fight because of where he is in his career. And you get the UFC loves you and everything for it. But Islam, I ain't taking short notice fights if I'm Islam. You're
Bryce Mitchell against Islam. There you go. There's a fight you want to see with their styles.
Let's be a fun fight.
It'd be a fun fight. And UFC 271, a lot of problems. Moicano just beat Alexander Hernandez at UFC 271, and he's it just doesn't look fresh in there. RDA's about to take him down again with 2 minutes and 50 number 2, connecting with a lot more. See, what are the numbers saying live? I mean, 47-17 total strikes. He just took him down for the third time in the fight. Absolutely dominating.
I mean, the thing with these short notice fights, be in good shape, but his timing's not there. I mean, these athletes, there's a lot of science that goes into peaking at the right time. He can't peak. So he's not peaked. He's not sharp. And that's what made him dangerous, in my opinion, is that it's hard to be sharp when you don't have all those weeks of sparring and the drills and everything like you would to peak at fight night.
No, I mean, look, he's not even ranked. I mean, this is not. It's unfortunate. You see this happening sometimes, and you go down the line and you pick up the best fight, and that's what. But man, this one's at a catch weight at 160. He didn't make 155, but for RDA, I mean, at this point, being out for so long and having so many fights canceled, you're like, dude, I don't care if you throw the popcorn guy in there. I'm fighting somebody, anyone, Dana. I don't care who it is. I'm fighting someone in the octagon because he's not getting any younger. He wants to start moving up in the rankings. This one's not going to do much for him. RDA, I'm speaking of here. So But he probably didn't care. He just said, "Hey, I just want to get in there and fight, man." And he's in there fighting, and he's doing great, and he's dominating this fight, and he should be dominating this fight.
Yeah, he said that he can't afford not to fight. It's like you said, he's been out too long to fall through. He needs, and so he don't care who the hell you threw in there. And I'm glad that Islam. I don't think that would have been fair to Islam or RDA for that fight to happen. Notice, considering where both of them are in the division.
Right. I don't know what's going on with our connection. It's a little slow. We got a little hits on the sound, but it's MMA Weekly's live coverage, UFC 272, Masvidal and Colby coming up next, Jeff. And, we're not too far away from that. RDA could get the finish anytime, although he will, speaking of Moicano, make it to the first two haven't been pleasant for him at all so far with Rafael dos Anjos.
Look at this as a 5-round fight.
And check it out. Follow on MMA Weekly's YouTube. What'd you say, Jeff?
They have this as a 5-round fight. Look at the bottom. They have 5 rounds down there. The graphic people tonight are dropping the ball. Mitchell's record wrong. Sorry. That's nitpicking, but they do have 5 rounds up there.
They do. They do. Interesting, isn't it? Look at RDA with the body shot there with the kick. Just the hands connecting.
Yeah, I can't. I just want this fight over so I can get to that main event, man. And plus RDA.
Jeff, I'll be right back. I've got to hit the men's room real quick.
So we're between rounds right here. RDA has completely dominated the first 2 rounds. And look, he's taking somebody on short notice. He's doing exactly what he should do. And he's beating him in every position. He's beating him on the feet. He's taking him down, and then he's beating him on the ground. He's timing these takedowns perfect, just ducking under punches. This is RDA, man. RDA is a really experienced fighter who's trying to make another run back at the top. He has the skill set to do so. I just think that maybe he's been in a lot of wars and stuff, so maybe the time off helped him, honestly, not financially, of course, but it can help your performances. Just not being beat up and not letting their brain heal a little bit. But yeah, the main event's what everybody's for. For this to be a pay-per-view card without a title fight, it's kind of rare. And then for it to be, it is. Kobe's the number 1 contender. It's a big fight. It's a big grudge match. But this, especially since the co-main event missed, somebody dropped out for COVID. This is a really top-heavy fight card. Had some meaningful fights on there. I mean, Mitchell and Barboza and some other ones. But for the most part, we're all here for that main event. And RDA is just picking up in this 3rd round exactly where he left off in the first 2. He's probably going to get a unanimous decision in this unless he lands a big shot between here and there. I think he might be muted, Jim, but
there we go.
Yeah, RDA just picking up where he left off in the first 2 rounds, man. He's beating him everywhere. He's beating him on the feet. He's beating him in the ground. He's beating him in those those transitional positions. Although he's getting hit a little bit this round.
I'm at 3:15 left. Where are you at, Jeff? 3:10.
3:30. 3:30. So I'm 15 seconds behind.
Oh, head kick. Oh, RDA. He's looking for a finish here, Jeff. Oh man, Moicano's tough. He is a tough cookie,
Moicano was
man.
putting together some. Yeah, before that head kick, Moicano was putting together some combinations. He was having the most success he's had in the fight.
Wow. RDA pouncing right back on him. He's in top position. Wow. Just unbelievable. RDA is mauling him in this fight. That head kick was brutal.
Oh, that head kick was brutal, and Moicano was basically out, just on survival mode, but he's able to cover up. That was really close to being stopped. Referee got down there real close. That was real close to being stopped right there. And I wouldn't have been upset if it was, because I want that main event, Jim. I'm tired of watching
Man, I
RDA
know.
dominate.
It's coming. Jeff, it's coming, bro. It's coming. It is coming. It's right here.
I just think it's going to be, with the smack talk and everything that's gone down leading up to this fight in the years, even before this fight was put together. Where do you go if you lose to Masvidal if you're Covington? Or if you're Masvidal, if you're Masvidal and lose to Covington, or if you're Covington and lose to Masvidal, this is a hell of a grudge match. There's a lot of pressure on the line.
A lot of pressure. Both guys. A lot of pressure on both guys. And RDA's putting tons of pressure on Moicano.
Can you imagine if Colby wins, how bad he's going to trash American Top Team in his post-fight?
Oh, my God. He was calling Mike Brown a drug addict.
Yeah, he was saying a lot of stuff.
He was going crazy, man. It's just, he's selling fights. Yeah, but man.
Yeah.
Man,
well,
oh, man.
he's calling people's integrity and professionalism into play. I don't like what Colby does. I know why he does it, and he's paid off for him. He's fought for the title twice.
Mm-hmm.
He's the number one contender right now. Everybody knows. So I'm not knocking him. I just don't like that, whenever wives and stuff are off limits, man, and religion and stuff. We said that about Conor when he started attacking Khabib, that he crossed the line. And then Colby's just like, there's no line at all. He'll make fun of your kids. It's freaking crazy.
And then Conor with Poirier, your wife is in me DMs.
Yeah. I just think that those things are, because you're going to fight anyway, right? You're going to fight. So why do you got to personally insult somebody like that and then bring family members in it? But it sells fights. People love or hate when that happens. And we'll see. And Colby's the perfect heel. I'll say that. Colby has become the perfect heel. I can't remember a better heel in the UFC except for maybe Chael Sonnen during that little period where he was getting title fights when he shouldn't have.
Right. Jeff, this is a 5-round fight, by the way.
Really? A short notice 5-round fight?
Co-main.
Co-mains usually aren't 5 rounds. They're usually 3.
That's
weird.
Point. I'm thinking about it because RDA and Fazeev, I don't know. It's weird.
That is really weird. No, I didn't. I didn't pay attention. If I did, I just breezed right past it. Like, okay. But yeah, this is a 5-round fight. My bad. It just seems really weird. Co-main events usually aren't 5 rounds, and then it's not a title fight. It's not a main event, and it's a short notice catchweight fight.
Man,
I don't.
Huh.
Well, hell, now I'm
4 days
man.
notice.
I got 2 more rounds.
4 days notice, man. Interesting.
Yeah, that's
man.
Weird.
Moicano's all jacked up
afterwards.
His eye,
yeah, he is
his
all
left eye. Yeah,
swollen,
the docs
almost
examine him,
shut.
Giving him the DUI test minus the pen. Hey, follow my finger.
Yeah. Walk towards me.
Wait a minute. They might stop this here. Goddard. Or he might be telling Goddard what to look. I love Mark Goddard, by the way. What a credit to the sport that guy is.
Okay, yeah, he called in. He called in the doctor again.
All right, here
and
they
see,
come.
Look,
they're fighting.
I know.
Does anybody in the chat know why this is 5 rounds?
Took this on 4 days' notice, and his eyes swelled and shut. He's lost 3 rounds to none. I don't know, man. If I would get him out of there.
Things they do for the love of the sport or for the cash. You're in T-Mobile Arena. You're on a big-time card. You get a chance to be the co-main on a Masvidal Covington fight. It's a no-brainer. Of course you do it.
Yeah.
Unless you're Islam.
Oh.
Call.
Yeah, different position. But, yeah, I agree. You take this fight if you're Moicano, for sure.
And who's the master at not fighting any of the top names, man? Look at Khabib. Who's pulling the strings there? Khabib became and is pound for pound number 1. I just can't even handle the conversation anymore. It's like I'm talking to a 2-year-old. RDA's on top again, by the way, because Khabib doesn't have anywhere near the wins that Jon Jones has over the fighters that Jon Jones fought. Khabib slid his way through without ever really fighting the best of the best fighters. Yeah, he beat Gaethje and he made him look like he didn't belong in there with him. Yeah, he did beat Conor in a fight that was closer than a lot of people thought it was. And, Conor didn't have any title defenses. So how great was Conor actually? Do we even really know? So who did Khabib actually beat? Never fought Tony. We know that fight was cursed. So at the time when Khabib, and it's not Khabib's fault really, but when he was making his way to the top of the division, Max couldn't make it for that fight in Brooklyn, when Tony Ferguson hurt his knee on the TV camera. I just, the chips all fell the right way for Khabib. And with Islam now not having to fight RDA again, working his way up, you get to a point where to win a belt, you only have, he was Al Iaquinta Khabib beat. So I just think that that's a skill that Khabib mastered along the way, was kind of sliding your way up the rankings to fight the top guys without actually beating any of the other top guys. And that's what Islam's kind of doing.
Well, I think had Khabib not retired and said, I want to be number one, that half the panel wouldn't have put him at number one. That's my opinion.
Right.
But right now, Usman's number one, I guess, isn't he?
I would say Usman's the best fighter in the world right now. I can't imagine anybody better. Izzy's close, and Izzy lost to Jan Blachowicz, but he didn't belong really going up there. But Izzy's ranked number 2 behind Usman. Volkanovski's number 3. I can't argue with those rankings. Ngannou's 4, Charles Oliveira 5, Max Holloway 6 for a non-champion. Jon Jones at 7, all the way down. He hasn't fought in a long time. Piotr Jan at number 9 is kind of interesting, because Aljamain Sterling, the champion, is not in there, which shows you that nobody has any respect for him as a champ. But he goes out and dominates Jan. But I think Jan should be a lot higher than number 9. That dude's a beast.
Yeah, I think after his next fight, he'll jump, because he's going to pat. Jones is falling like a rock. They should remove Jones. If you remove Joanna, you should remove Jon Jones.
You know why they're not, though? They can't remove Jones because Ngannou is a free agent and he's not going to fight. And if you all of a sudden want to pitch Jones as a top contender, you can't. He's Jon Jones. It doesn't matter. Shut up, Jim. Never mind, Jeff. Bad point by me.
Yeah, I don't know why they don't remove him.
Yeah,
I don't know why they don't remove him. I understand exactly what you're saying, though, because you want to be able to say former light heavyweight champion, number 8 on the pound for pound, or whatever the hell they're going to say. But he is Jon Jones. I don't think you got to really do a hell of a lot of marketing on that. And I'm not convinced that Ngannou's ever going to fight in the UFC again. So I agree with you. You're gonna have to pay one of those dudes. You're either going to have to pay Ngannou and let him box, or you're going to have to pay Jon Jones what he wants to come back.
Right, and then you make Stipe and Jones the fight there if Ngannou's gone, and then you don't have any love lost with the UFC and any of those guys either. Man, and Moicano, Rafael
If I'm
Moicano.
Jon Jones, I don't take that fight.
Wow,
I go
this is
after
crazy.
Cyril Gahn. Yeah, if
Really,
I'm Jon
instead
Jones,
of Stipe?
I stay away from. I think that Stipe, while Gahn might beat Stipe, I think that Stipe's overall game with his wrestling and his reach and speed is a hard Jones, because Jones is just going to take Cyril Gahn down. And so
I don't
think
think
that it's a more
Jones has
favorable matchup.
right. I don't think Jones has the chin to withstand Stipe. He has a great chin overall. He's had a great chin, but I don't know if his chin's like Stipe tough.
Yeah.
I really don't.
Yeah,
I don't know if he could
and
withstand.
Gahn's
And
really
Moicano's
elusive.
up. Man, this dude is just getting beaten like a rented mule. I actually feel bad for him. I don't know, right? But Moicano is a G.
At this point, I'm considering throwing in the towel if I'm his corner, just because he's bloodied, he's swollen, he's battered. He took this on short notice, and we're 4 rounds into this just complete one-sided beatdown.
Yeah, we're not talking about. This is not quite Calvin Kattar against Max Holloway, but it's kind of close. And they're talking now. The Doc and Goddard are talking in there, and Jeff, my gut's telling me they're going to stop this fight right now. Why let this guy go out for the 5th round? He's bleeding right down his face, his eyes wide open.
Whew.
But the one thing about the cut that they're looking at, no side either. Oh, dude.
No,
I guess
it's not bad.
His corner is going to want to let him continue. What's going on?
They
tapped him on the
shouldn't.
back. What are they going to do? Goddard's talking to the coach. The coach is saying he's okay. The fighter's saying he's okay. He's got a giant hunk of Vaseline hanging off there. The doc's going to look at him. They are in Vegas, so
yeah, I think the corner should throw it in.
New York,
I think
stop this.
The doctor's saying that he can see out of that swollen eye, so they're going to let it keep going.
They're going to let him keep going. He can see out of the swollen eye. Yes, when they let him keep fighting. I thought they were going to stop it here. Let's see. I mean, this is like espionage.
Well, I think his corner should. I think his corner should stop it. I think the referee should talk to his cornerman and be like, "Are you sure?" Okay. Because he's not even in this fight. He's getting the crap beat out of him, and it's a short notice fight. What the hell's the point?
He wants 5.
The doctor's
Rafael
really
dos
looking at him,
Anjos, the former champion, is really lighting him up here. I mean, the numbers are just absurd. He's landed 143 total strikes, 102 significance in 4 rounds. That's incredible. 79 head strikes, 4 takedowns, 12 minutes, 54 seconds of ground control. This is about as dominating a performance as you could put forth in the octagon. And Dos Anjos, the former champ, looking good tonight. It's November of 2020. Moicano's trying to spinning back fist, though. He's got his wits about him still, and he looks all right in there. I mean, he looks kind of fresh. It's a bad cut, but in terms of being out on his feet or anything like that, he's not. He's lucid. He's fine. He looks athletic, so, maybe he's all right to be in there. I know he gets hit in that eye again, different story, and Dos Anjos looking for a jab, as any good fighter would, right?
Yeah, I would just watch it close if I'm the referee and the corner for sure at this point, because I don't want him taking much more damage, but he's looking fine. You're right. His jab looks crisp. He's still, moving well.
Yeah.
But he's taking a lot of damage.
RDA still has to be careful. 340 left in the fight. RDA throwing head kicks. He caught him with one early in the fight, and he just shoots in, and there's another takedown for RDA. That's a nice one. He snuck right under and got the double leg and just scooped him up and dumped him on his back. And, if this is any indication, or if the rest of this fight, the earlier rounds were any indication, then he's not getting up. He's got more than 60 takedowns now in his career, 13th UFC fighter to achieve that number. And, the 4th degree jiu-jitsu black belt, his takedown game. Let's not say that Dos Anjos is not a factor at 155. Nobody talks about him. He's at number 6. You got Chandler fighting Ferguson. If Tony squeezes a win out of that one, nice knee by Moicano. But you got Dariush there, who was just supposed to fight Islam. I still want to see that fight. I was just pissed that fight didn't happen. The fight because I think out of anybody in the division other than Oliveira, Dariush is the toughest matchup for Islam.
Yeah, Dariush is the real deal. I agree. I didn't like. I wish that we had seen that fight as well, and hopefully we'll see it in the. But yeah, that was a big fight, man.
Poirier needs a fight. The Diaz fight's not happening, at least that we know of. Jeff, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I just I hit mute, and my mute ain't working over there. Stuff going on. It says it's muted, but I can hear the. Okay, there it goes.
Moicano just landed an uppercut hook combo. Not too shabby. Right uppercut, left hook.
Yeah, he's had a couple of moments in this fight, but look at his face, man. God.
Yeah, not good. And Dos Anjos just still coming at him, throwing those 1-2s. Moicano's throwing uppercuts. Minute 20 left in the fight. Pretty crazy.
It is pretty crazy. Yeah, Moicano's tough as hell. He got hit with that head kick, and his eyes all kinds of messed up. And he's taking some serious damage right there.
And he's coming close with some of the shots that he's throwing. This would be a hell of a comeback win. He just landed a nice right hand. All RDA has to do is not get knocked out here or subbed, obviously. There's 50 seconds left, and he's going to win an easy 50-45. Oh, he got tagged with a left. RDA better be careful, though, man. He just got tagged. Oh, he got tagged with a left, and Moicano. Oh, he hit him with – wow. RDA better get out of that damn pocket. What are you, crazy, bro? Your only chance to lose is getting knocked out, and he's give RDA credit, standing right in front of him. I would not be standing in front of this dude right now with 20 seconds left, but that's why he's RDA, and I'm not.
No, I'd be trying to take him.
Shot. Oh,
I'd be trying to take him down. Yeah, I'd be like trying to press him against the fence.
There he goes. Get on that bike. 10 seconds. Oh, man. All right, now hug him. You got to do. Oh, my God. RDA, give him credit. He was right in the pocket. He's still throwing hands with him. 3 seconds, 2. RDA going for one more takedown. I'm not going to get it. But, just killing him. He's up huge on the scorecards. And with 30 seconds left, he's in the pocket going blow. I respect that. I love that kind of fighting. If I were his coaches, I'd be screaming at him to get the hell out of there. You already have the win. But, man, Moicano, battered, bloody, but, he got a lot of respect for taking this fight and then for going in there and performing the way he did. Not in terms of, getting anything done really in the fight, but overcoming the cut, overcoming the head kick, and being able to hang in there with Rafael dos Anjos, the former champion, who just literally dominated him.
He showed his toughness, and he had his moments, and he looked okay. He looks like he's mad right now, though. How can you be mad on a fight you took on 4 days' notice? Yeah, he's pushing people away, they were pushing away.
Well, the head kick changed everything, man. Maybe he's mad he took the head kick. I don't know. I mean, just once you get hit with a shot like that and your bell gets wrong and you're on, it's a different fight. It's just a different fight. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. But a lot of elbows. Maybe he's pissed off at his takedown defense because, UFC fighters, you don't usually see them get dominated like that in terms of being taken down and controlled so much. But we saw it with Bryce Mitchell and Barboza, too. RDA is amazing, man.
Yeah.
He's one of those guys that you have to really, really respect him. And as a fan, I don't know who doesn't like him. I mean, RDA's been around forever, and he's been a champion. He's fought in different weight classes. That's his 31st win, and it just wow. I mean, the guy he's special, and you have to appreciate guys like this while you can. Shogun's on a couple of pay-per-views from now. Shogun's the co-main against Ovince St. Preux. He's still going, but man, Dos Anjos at 37 years of age. Jeff, in October he'll be 38 years old.
Yeah. And he's still competing on a very high level. He's ranked in the top 10.
Yeah.
It's somebody, on the outside looking in. He's really and truly, had that been the fight it was supposed to be and he got a win, he's right there in contention again.
Yep.
But, I'm just ready for this. This is going to be 50-45, and then I want those promo to play. I don't want to watch these boys go down.
About 10 more in there.
Out there and try a flying knee.
What do we got here? Look at RDA in the pocket. I mean, just look at him. He's a killer, man. He's a killer.
Yeah, he's just longevity of that guy. That's what's most impressive, and it's been on high level for years and years and years. As far as who he's facing, and so man,
easy
all the
win
respect
for
in the
him.
world.
Anjos, and now Joe's in there. It's good to see Joe back in there. We don't have to talk about where he is or why he's not there this time.
We do not. He chose.
We'll see what he asks him here.
Daniel Cormier, I guess
fighter in
we'll
UFC
say
history
that
with
is
20 or more wins. What'd you say, Jeff?
Yeah, I was going to say Daniel Cormier's not there because of a death in his family. So, thoughts to Daniel Cormier?
Yeah, we get Bisping. And speaking of Daniel Cormier, here we go. I'll let Joe finish his interview first before I say what I have to say. RDA is saying thank you to Moicano. I think you probably know where I'm going. Once you said DC, it made me think of someone else who used to be DC's teammate. So, yeah, I mean, 5 rounds, 5 days notice. And unbelievable. Yes, Scott, but not yet. Let me finish this thought first. After this interview, Scott, yes, we want the clip of Colby and Rogan, of course. I mean, how could you not, right? And Colby, he got a call from Donald Trump after his last win over Woodley, but the head kick by Dos Anjos, and Joe's asking him about that, tagged him with that, and he's asking him about the division, making another run toward a title. It gets difficult from here for Rafael Dos Anjos, Jeff. I mean, when you talk about the top of that division, where do you go? You got Ferguson behind him by a spot, Chandler ahead of him. They're fighting each other. Dariush at 4, Islam at 3. So if Islam's not going to fight Dariush, maybe Rafael Dos Anjos and Dariush. But I mean, obviously they know each other, both training in Huntington. So maybe you go. I mean, do you have RDA fight Poirier? Do you really keep pushing for the Diaz fight for Poirier? I don't know, but RDA just put on a clinic. All right, go ahead, Jeff.
I tell you what, RDA would be a good fight for Conor to come back to.
Oh man, you sure you would want to give Conor might get abused on the ground in that one? Look at the way that he took down Moicano and his takedowns in general.
It's a former champion, and so yeah.
Yep. I think back to the night he beat Anthony Pettis for the title, and what a performance that was. All right, real quick before we get to the main event, Jeff, Cain Velasquez obviously went a little bit, crazy with what he did, and I'll tell you what, you molest my kid 100 times, there's not a safe place for you on this planet. I'll tell you that. So everybody stands with Cain. I stand with Cain. I say free Cain, let him out. It's the judicial system's fault for letting that scumbag out. And Cain should have done what he did.
Disagree.
But as a parent, kill the bastard. That's what I say.
See, I disagree because the guy never has got to stand trial. What happened is Cain rammed a car on a public road, endangering all kinds of people, and then fired off 5 rounds in public, endangering all kinds of people, shooting a man who was not accused of molestation. And he should fucking face the ramifications of that. I'm a parent, and I agree with the sentiment. Yeah, I agree with you though. I mean, I agree 100%. I know why Cain did it. I just can't condone it because he put so many people in jeopardy. I'm kind of like Joe Rogan. Why didn't you just beat the hell out of the guy? Beat him to death. You're Cain Velasquez. But unfortunately, Cain's going to go away for a minute.
Yeah.
But he could get a pardon.
Like 3 to 5 years, maybe 2 years,
Yeah, I mean, the attempted murder could be. I'd be trying to plead that down. Be trying to plead that down. I don't know. I think that the circumstances that Cain is a good possibility for a governor's pardon, or to early release and all that. But I think that I put him accountable for the people that he put in danger. And look, the guy, hopefully he gets convicted and throws his ass in prison because we know how child molestation. I just think I'm looking at this as a separate issue. Yes, man, I'm outraged that there's fucking people like that in the world, predators and pedophiles and people that molest kids and innocent kids, man. I mean, are you fucking kidding me? But at the same time, I can't condone like that vigilante justice because it gets innocent people killed. But my heart's with Cain.
Someone just said he should have isolated his target. You start what, Jeff?
He should have isolated his target. He should have isolated.
Yeah, but if that's all he could get was, think about it. You're not thinking right.
Oh yeah, I know.
The guy
I know why he did
comes
it.
Out of the daycare, it's the only shot you get at him. I don't know.
Yeah.
I just think somebody does that to your kid 100 times. You're not thinking you're ready to kill his whole family.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, where Cain messed up is he should have, as soon as they let that guy out of jail, that's when Cain should have struck, because now it's premeditated. As long as I oh my God, y'all let him out without bail and I kill the guy, then I've got a somewhat emotional temporary insanity defense, but whenever you plan it out like that, it's just, he's got an uphill battle, man. I'm not knocking Cain. I just wish he wouldn't have put people in danger.
Yeah.
And would have been more accurate with his shot. But man, I mean, that's where I'm at. It. Look, Cain Velasquez is a great guy. I've met Cain, I've interviewed Cain, I've been around.
Amazing guy.
I've
known him for forever.
Yeah. Do I think he's a danger to society? No. No, I do not. You know, at all.
I have
But
pictures of
because we
Cain
put
holding
people in
my
pun-
kids, Jeff. Before he was
Yeah,
even a
I
father, I
mean-
have pictures of him holding my kids. It's crazy.
It's a terrible
And
situation. You know, it's just a fucking terrible situation. That there are people like that in the fucking world, man. I mean, that's what. And look, and I think that we all agree that there needs to be stiffer penalties for that for any kind of child abuse. Hell, even if we can't protect. And I'm not even one of those people that save the children and shit. But if we can't protect kids and do everything in our power to make sure that the vulnerable and innocent in our society aren't preyed upon, then we have failed as a society.
I can't do it. It's too bright. It says free Cain Velasquez. I don't know what the problem is with the phone here, but it's just pictures I have with Cain. He invited me to his suite to do an interview with him rather than have me stand in line with all the other reporters in Phoenix. He has, a lot of events with him, with Ryan Bader and Aaron Simpson and CB Dollaway, and always had his wife there, always had his kids there, always holding his kids. I mean, just a really big time family man. So proud of his family and proud that he was able to have the life that he has coming from a lettuce farm in Yuma, Arizona. And, you can't take the law in your own hands on most occasions. And I agree with that. But when it comes to someone doing something like that to your kid, I mean, I wish we could go back to the 15th century and just do an eye for an eye. I mean, like I even joke with my daughter about her boyfriend. I'm like, don't make me kill his whole family. And it's a joke, but I mean, it's still the sentiment is there. Someone messes with your kid. That's when all bets and the gloves are off. And yeah, you would say, why wouldn't Cain just kick his ass? But the guy's driving away in a car and I mean, who knows what's going through Cain's mind at that moment, if anything but just primal, pure instinct. He must die, and anyone with him must die, and they all have to die now. I mean, that's what's probably going through his mind when you hear that about your kid, and your kid's crying to you, and it happened 100 damn times at a daycare. How do they let that happen 100 times? How do those parents let that guy in the bathroom with those kids that many times? I mean, they should be hung up.
I don't know the details of how.
I mean, literally.
Yeah, I don't know the details of how it happened or how many it's involved and all of that, but yeah, man. I mean, it's look. I'll say this: I'm glad that Cain wasn't successful, or he would have a murder charge and he would never see the light.
Yes,
I think that he has
never see the light of day.
But at the same time, saying that, maybe Cain should have waited a day or two and caught that dude at a convenience store. And I hate.
I had a friend of mine in Miami. No, I had a friend of mine in Miami who was, not the most above board guy, and he was known as a gangster, not like a super high level mafia gangster, but at my friend's bar, everybody kind of knew if you have a problem with this guy, or more importantly, if he has a problem with you, you find another place to hang out, And he told me, you wait 5 years, man. You wait 5 years, and no one thinks it's you. Now, if someone does to your kid, you're not going to wait 5 years, but thoughts and prayers. And I actually wife and said, hey, if there's anything I could do, because that's a family for life now. And I've seen the damage that kind of shit can do to a family, molestation and stuff like that. And it's something I'm glad we don't see a whole hell of a lot of. And, I'm really happy to change gears and say, thoughts and prayers to Cain and his family. Hope everything works out okay. But we got one of the biggest main events that we've had in a long time. Jeff Cain, we've got right here live on MMA Weekly, live coverage of Colby Covington and Chaos or Game Bread, Street Jesus, the baptism. It's about to go down at T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas, about 5 miles from where I am right now. Jeff, I'm going to tell you what, is it the most in terms of contenders, in terms of belts, no. But in terms of the storylines, in terms of who these guys are to one another, in terms of their skill level, in terms of the fact that no one's beaten them besides Kamaru Usman at the top of this division, regardless of what they're ranked. Here it is.
Yeah.
Masvidal and
there's so much animosity. Like a lot of people have waited. John Jones doesn't like Colby. Joanna Jacek doesn't like Colby. The Poiriers. I mean, this is splintered a fight camp. This is a big, big friggin' rivalry. I mean, it does feel like TJ Dillashaw and Gar are the same. It's splintered a training camp. It's splintered a bunch of longtime friends, And they're about to get it on, settle their differences inside of here. Well, they're not going to settle their differences. They're going to hate each other after this fight. Are you muted?
You don't think so? No hugging it out at the end of this fight? That should be the number one prop bet. All the money that's being bet right now should be bet on will they hug it out at the end of the fight. How much of this is legit?
I say no.
You know what I mean? But I'll tell you this. Masvidal's in the octagon right now. And Colby's making the walk last for this fight, which is, I mean, the first time he's done this on a pay-per-view, right? When you think about it. Colby Covington.
Yes.
So Masvidal's used to it. Colby had those big fights against Usman too, but what do you make of the fact that only Kamaru's beating these guys, man? I mean, like you could drop Masvidal as far in the rankings as you want, but who else in the division has beaten him besides Kamaru Usman, who's, we agree, the best fighter in the world right now? I mean, if he's not, he's right there. And anybody who says he's not, you'd have a hard time convincing me that he's not. But when you look at Masvidal's losses, Stephen Thompson beat him at UFC 217. That's in 2017. Damian Maia beat him before that. But the Darren Till, Ben Askren, Nate Diaz run took him to the top of the division. And with his fame and all the stuff that, you know, The Rock's putting the belt around him. He's doing the Tony Montana videos. He's the king of Miami. He's at the Trump rallies. Everyone's loving him in the 305, right? Well, think about this. He loses to Kamaru twice in a row. Colby loses to Kamaru twice. So other than that, these, you have to say, regardless of rankings, are the two best other guys in the division because nobody else has beaten them. I mean, right? Who else is better? Gilbert Burns? Leon Edwards? Have they proven? No. Masvidal's ranked beneath Bilal Muhammad and Vicente Luque. These are the two best guys in the division who are not named Kamaru Usman. No one could convince me otherwise.
Well, yeah, they needed to fight. They need to fight those other guys, you know. But yeah, look, Jorge Masvidal's been around forever. You know, as far as a crafty veteran goes, that's him. You know, he finds ways to win. He's incredibly tough. Colby Covington is a cardio machine who is relentless, absolutely relentless with his pressure. I mean, we'll see. We'll see what body shots. Masvidal said that he used to make him quit with body shots, and so maybe that's maybe you know, they know how this fight's going to play out. Or for the most
Jeff,
part,
the numbers are looking good. Thank you very much to everybody watching us in the chat right now. What do you guys think? Who's going to win? How? What round? Who are you betting? Who's your money on right now? Is it Street Jesus by baptism? Jorge Masvidal at plus 265, opened at plus 75. Two lines haven't moved that much, which means the betting has been really consistent with what the odds maker said. Colby was favored by minus 350. Now it's minus 315. So some money coming in on Masvidal there. But I mean, Colby's got 60 plus takedowns, second most in welterweight history. He's got the fifth most wins in the welterweight division, 11 wins since 2014. He's a former interim champion. He knows how to talk his way into some money and into the big fights, but this is so much more than that. I mean, this is a gym that he came to by sending in a resume to Dan Lambert, who picked him. He sent a resume to train at American Top Team when they were looking for people. He comes in. I mean, this is a situation where I don't think you guys realize, if you're watching this, fighters live in other fighters' houses. They live 3, 4, 5. Jackson Wink has dorm rooms all around their gym. I mean, these fighters have no money when they're starting out. They're barely making ends meet. Guys like Dan Lambert are gods to them. Dave Zohan at Fight Ready, what he does in Arizona. I mean, this is something where if Covington was sleeping on Masvidal's couch and Masvidal's wife was working so that both these guys could support themselves and live their dream, this is what this sport is all about, man. They weren't always main event fighters. They weren't always big money guys. They were sleeping on couches. They were working 2, 3 jobs. I've known guys who sleep at the gym. Jeff, these two guys have that kind of history, man. They go back that far.
Yeah, I mean, Masvidal took Covington in. Of course, Covington will say Masvidal's girlfriend or wife or whatever took him in, but still,
she wouldn't have done it if he didn't say so.
And Masvidal was a bit of a mentor. This is sort of like Rashad and John Jones in a way.
No doubt.
You know, and now they're going to have to throw down. Except, like I said, I think that there was a time in their careers where Masvidal could big brother Colby Covington, even though Colby might have been better. I don't think that he can do that anymore. But I'll say this. I think that Colby's going to have to get Masvidal's respect on his feet early, or just keep taking him down repeatedly. I mean, Colby has more ways to win, but you can't sleep on Masvidal.
No, and he's 37, Jorge is, and Colby's 34, man. Buffers in his, for those in attendance and UFC fans watching around the world, Masvidal's got the braids. Very intense look on the face of Street Jesus. I mean, he is looking like this is a street brawl right now. His eyes fixed on Colby Covington. This dude is not playing. He is from the streets. I used to watch those. I lived in South Florida. Kimbo Slice. Masvidal was on those videos. They used to be out at the clubs all the time.
Yeah.
I was with a guy who played pro baseball. They challenged him. They said, "You want $5,000 to fight my boy?" And he goes, "Who do I have to fight?" And they pointed at Kimbo. He's like, "Hell no." Masvidal's in that group. He would eat McDonald's and then go fight a dude in the backyard after eating. Now, if you've ever eaten McDonald's, you know that you can't do anything after you eat McDonald's. And he would go fight dudes after he just sucked down like a Big Mac and some fries from which food that just literally puts you in a coma. He goes and fights people. So, I mean, this is a different breed of human. I think we have to realize when you're talking about a guy from the streets, like talking about a guy who reps the 305 like he does, when you talk about a guy who reps Cuba and loves America and the stuff that the Cuban people, because I live there, I know what they've been through, the things that they had to do just to get to this country. They love it so much because of that. Then you got Colby, you know, that he wants to be the All-American guy. He's a two-time All-American wrestler. He's got the American flag, MAGA hat. He knows what he's doing. But at the end of the day, we're talking about two of the toughest sons. I'll tell you what, when you talk about the gas tank in the wrestling and the chin of Colby Covington and the chin of Jorge Masvidal, these are two of the toughest guys you're ever going to see get in the octagon as humans. And I'm talking just overall toughness, Jeff. I'm not talking about talent. I'm talking about toughness, heart. You're not going to find many guys or girls in this sport who have more than these two. And other now, Colby's got his hands on his hips. I'll kill him.
What, do you
here
think
it
this
is,
is
man.
the
The hair's
biggest fight
standing
of
up
their
on my
career?
head. I don't even have any, and it's standing up.
Yeah. I mean, even though they both fought for a title and lost to Usman, losing to Usman's different than losing to. I mean, I think this is probably the biggest fight of their career because of what's at stake.
No doubt, man. And here it's just about to start. I have little microscopic nubs standing up all over my head right now in place of my hair. And here they go. Oh, Masvidal threw a flying kick. Right? He tried to Ben Askren him, but not with a knee. Man, I know Masvidal's going to be throwing a lot of leg kicks. This is awesome. Colby's going to change stances, you know, and look, early on in the pocket and get hit by one of these Masvidal shots because it could end his night very quickly. He's taken big shots from Kamaru in the past. Both guys have. But, man, these are tough humans, and they're so good. There's nothing Jorge Masvidal 50 fights in the cage. I mean, he's done everything. He's been everywhere. Multiple weight classes, fought every type of fighter. So he knows. And again, they sparred and they trained together for years. So these guys know each other very well. Colby's being cautious here early on. You have to respect the power and the toughness of Masvidal. And man, you could just feel it. Like, I mean, literally the tension, I can feel it. I have the volume down. I have the closed captions on. Covington's going to shoot. Masvidal hits him with a couple 12-6 elbows straight down on the temple. Colby loves to push you up against that fence. I mean, you think about what he did against Robbie Lawler. That'd be a pretty good blueprint for fighting Masvidal.
Yeah. I mean, I agree. I think that, I mean, Colby is being real cautious early, but that's when Jorge's the most dangerous.
Right, and Masvidal's got the underhook under that right arm of Covington as he's going into Covington now trying to trip him, take him down. Masvidal sprawls out of it, but looks like Colby might end up with it here. Maybe kind of he's got his hip working toward his back. This is where Colby's so dangerous, man, just getting all over Masvidal. And this is not what Jorge wants.
Well,
here.
he's just he's relentless in these positions. Stop. He doesn't give up. He'll sit here and work for 5 minutes to get this thing to the damn ground. And if he gets it, he gets it. If he doesn't, he doesn't. But he's
so
not
much for
stop.
the people. He's not going to stop. And so much for all the people who said Colby's not going to stick to his game plan because he's going to be mad and he's going to be out for blood and it's going to survive. No, Colby knows where he wins this fight and he wins it on the ground. and he's trying to accomplish that right now. He's already got the back of Masvidal. Yeah. He's working his arms around him. You're under 3 minutes left in round 1.
Yeah, he's going to win this on the ground or in the clinch. But he's wearing Masvidal out. I mean, he's leaning on him. He's putting all of his weight on him. He's taking that strength, that punching power a little bit, diminishing a little bit. So Masvidal's not going to be near after this round.
Yeah, and Jorge's great at tucking the chin to avoid the rear naked, but Colby's got that right leg of Masvidal's controlled with his right leg. He's kind of on the right side of his hip, one leg in front of him, on the front of his body, the other leg behind him. Colby's got the fence right behind his back, and now he's punching him, but he's looking to set up the rear naked choke. And this would be
and Masvidal has it.
He's got it defended.
Masvidal turns into that choke. I mean, he knows where he is right now. Masvidal understands this situation, in this position. But like I said, for Colby, just sit here and make him carry your weight. That's winning this round and increasing your chances of winning.
Man, Colby just never gets tired, man. He just never, ever. I've never seen him tired. I mean, that time when Usman finished him in the 5th round, that was questionable, that fight. And the second one was more one-sided for Kamaru Usman. But even then, Colby took some big shots in that fight. There were several exchanges. There was a lot of grappling going on, or attempted grappling, and just never gets tired, man. And Masvidal,
now, to wear Colby down, you've got to invest in the body. You've got to attack his body, kicks and punches, and 3rd or 4th round. I don't care what your conditioning is. If you put in the time on that body, they're gonna wane. But Masvidal's been able to do nothing this round.
No, under a minute left, and these shots aren't hurting him, Jeff. He's not hurt at all. But now Colby looking to get. Oh, he's got full mount. Almost. Masvidal trying to stay on his side desperately. And he's able to escape the full mount, but Colby's going right back for his back. He came very close to being mounted, and that would have been maybe the end of him. But now Colby still's got his back. They're back standing up. Colby with knees and elbows and an elbow in close, but Masvidal off the cage now, and they're back in the center of the octagon with under 30 seconds. So here they are. Good sequence, though, for Covington. That's exactly what he needs to do to win, and he did it for most of the round. Oh, Masvidal just missed with a huge right.
Masvidal was able to not take big damage, but he got dominated that round.
Yeah, he did. 2 seconds. 1. Oh, the stare down. The stare down in the middle of the octagon. And, I mean, Colby got the best of Masvidal in round number 1 for sure. It looks a little, he's not going to be tired. He's, breathing a little bit heavy, but when you look at what Colby accomplished in that round, he stayed out of the way of the big power shots early, which everybody said he needed to do. That was obvious, right? Master the obvious here. So he did that. He didn't take much in terms of body kicks. Boom. Check number 2. Got a takedown, had him against the cage, had him in the clinch, throwing knees, throwing elbows, hitting him with ground and pound, working for a submission. Exactly the way that Colby Covington's team would have wanted.
Masvidal did a good job when he got back to his feet using that front kick to the body. I think that he has to put in some work on Covington's body to get this fight in the later rounds. We'll see. We'll see what happens right here.
I love it when someone puts in the chat already, LOL. What the hell are you LOLing at? You ever try to wrestle anyone and keep him off you, and you have him on your hip and he's trying to turn you over and put, you go ahead and fight that off and tell me you wouldn't be breathing a little bit heavy. Masvidal is not tired. Those are some heavy breaths. That doesn't mean you're tired. He's ready to go in round 2. I always love it when fans do that. Oh, look at him. He's tired already. Ha ha. Man, you try it.
Well, the matter, as long as he doesn't get the lactic acid build up in his muscles, the breathing's fine. It's when his hands start dropping and things.
Yep. And Colby's going to keep moving here. I don't know. I'm already at 437. Oh, big leg kick from Masvidal. Took it, buckled Colby's knee of his back leg. Standing in a southpaw stance. Now he switches back to orthodox. But it was a big leg kick by Masvidal. Did a lot of he just buckled the knee, and now Colby just missed with a head kick. So both guys pretty fresh, both trying to throw some serious damaging shots here. Masvidal looks fine, though, moving really well. Colby's so fast, though, in and out, Jeff. People underestimate his speed. He's a fast dude.
Well, I mean, we're going to see the adjustments that Masvidal made after the first round, right? You know, Covington was able to get him down. He was able to close the distance. Masvidal has to prevent that this round, so let's see what he does. You know, is he going to use his jab or footwork?
34-18 strikes for Covington so far, dominating this fight with Jorge Masvidal. Not in terms of damage. He punches into another takedown attempt. He's got that leg. And Masvidal pounds his head with elbows, though. Straight down on those 12 Sixers. I remember watching Barnett finish a fight like that one time. I think it was Pat Barry. I don't remember. But just raining down those 12 Sixers on the temple, man. Those things hurt. Colby did not like that. But he's still just working up against the fence, drops down a little bit, doing anything he can, level changes to get a takedown here. Relentless, Colby Covington. And Masvidal knows he does not want to, I mean, obviously doesn't want to be taken down again. So he's working on wrist control. Herb Dean's going to separate him. Why in the hell? Why is he separating him?
I think Covington grabbed Masvidal's glove.
It was a ball shot.
I don't know.
Low blow, but I just lost my feed. Just lost their feed.
Need him in the balls.
He need
him in the ball. Oh, I just saw it. Yeah, I'm behind. He didn't aim square in the balls.
Wait, I lost my feed.
Well, take your time and get it back. But yeah, I thought that I didn't see the knee at first. So good call on that, Scott. I thought that he had put his hand inside Masvidal's glove because they were definitely hand fighting right there. But it was a knee to the
clock's still moving, Scott.
Masvidal should take 5 minutes.
The clock is still moving on our. I don't know if we can stop it. But yeah, my ESPN Plus is down.
Yeah, my ESPN Plus is gone. It's frozen.
Remember the Conor Poirier fight when everybody wanted to? Oh, I can't say anything bad about ESPN now that I work there. So I can't. I love ESPN. I just realized I signed a contract this week. I can't. Oh man.
Yeah, I can.
You know, but the thoughts expressed here are those of Jeff Cain and only Jeff Cain.
All right, I'm not going to bash ESPN, man. I'm fine with the ESPN. I just wish that this wouldn't have happened.
Oh, you know what? Masvidal's right hand is dynamite, Jeff. Like that. Oh, he just tagged him. Colby's laughing. You know that means it hurt. Under 2 minutes left in round two. Masvidal looks like he's going to win the exchanges on the feet with the fists. Like Colby's not going to want to stand there all night with him. It's not something. And Masvidal's a good boxer. He slips on a kick again. Masvidal coming right in at him. He's slipped twice throwing kicks now. And now Masvidal looking for that. He's trying to choke him, but Colby's looking to turn this into a takedown attempt again. Man, that was high level by Colby Covington. He slipped, got down, crawled forward, got the legs of Masvidal, made it seem like a takedown, slithered around real quick and got his back. And that was crazy, Jeff. That's high level, extremely high level by Colby Covington there. Wow. Just look at the technical, the positioning, the way that they defend takedowns, the way that they block things. Everything is technically perfect from these two guys. They're so good, and they've been doing this so long. Colby punching and kicking, trying to get in on a takedown. Masvidal trying to keep him off him, throwing punches. Colby's getting the jab through. This is awesome. This is every bit of what we were looking forward to and then some. And we got a big audience. Thank you for joining us here on MMA Weekly, the most trusted source in news and entertainment and mixed martial arts for almost 20 years. Independently owned MMA website in the world. And thank you for keeping us who we are at MMA Weekly. 30 seconds left in round number 2. Jeff, like, follow, subscribe. Let us know what you're thinking in the comments. Colby throwing heavy volume. Masvidal trying to keep him off with leg kicks, Jeff. Oh, Covington with two. Under 10 seconds. Copy that, Scott. Guy on the right, keep walking us through this. That would be me. The nubs on my head are standing up still, Jeff. The nubs are standing straight up. I think you're muted, Jeff.
I am. Sorry, I muted it to check those text messages. Yeah, I felt like that round was pretty close until that final minute, and Colby landed that jab repeatedly and then pressed him up against the fence like he does. I feel like Colby's up 2-1 right now, but they're standing in front of each other for pretty long periods of time, and that can be dangerous. Although, I will say, it does look to me that Masvidal has slowed a little bit.
Colby did get hit with a pretty damaging elbow in that round, and I want to watch his left knee as the fight goes on, because that kick right behind it from Masvidal was brutal, and it buckled it. So, I mean, I don't know. Colby's face a little bit marked up. His face always looks marked up, though. He's got one of those complexions. Masvidal did look a little tired, a little slowed down at the end of that round. Here they come for round 3. Colby sprints across. We know he never gets tired, right? So that's not even going to be a storyline in this fight. It's just heavy volume coming right at him. Masvidal looks like he's a little slower, trying to keep him off him. And now Colby shoots in again. Double leg into a single leg. Good takedown D by Masvidal. Very good. Man, he's solid. And he ducks under a left and comes back up with a right, speaking of Masvidal. So some of these people are saying Masvidal won round 2 on Twitter. I would say 2 rounds to none for Colby.
I missed a good minute and a half because the feed froze. Yeah, I missed a minute and a half because the feed froze. I don't know. I know the last
Colby's jabs
Colby
were
won.
getting through. And there's a takedown. Yeah, Colby's jabs were getting through the guard. Colby's jabs were getting through the guard. Jorge had his hands way up, Jeff. The jabs are getting through. Masvidal goes like this, and what does Colby do? Straight down, takedown, boom. I mean, just such high level. Colby's so good, man. He would definitely be the champ if it wasn't for Kamaru. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind. He's just so good. This speaks to the greatness of Kamaru Usman, who, and to his credit of both these guys, couldn't wait to watch this fight, even though he beat both of them twice.
Well, there's a lot of people that would be champ if there wasn't the champ, but I don't know if Colby would be. I mean, I don't know.
I think you would.
Have to see.
I think you would for a long time. That's my thought. I mean, look at this guy. Look at the work. He's high level. He's dominating Masvidal. And Masvidal's a damn good fighter. He can't. I mean, Colby's so fast, so athletic. He doesn't get tired. He's a great wrestler. His strikes, I mean, left hand, right hand, feet, knees, elbows, kicks. I mean, just nonstop volume over and over and over and over and over again. I mean, he's got him on the ground now, and he's just hitting him 1,000 times. Huge shots, but just over and over and over again. And these elbows are starting to add up. Thank you, Ryan. Ryan Stewart. Appreciate you. I'll still be here on MMA Weekly. It's a once-a-month radio show that I'm doing over there. So I'm not going anywhere. Jeff and I will still be here for the big fights.
Yeah, I don't know. I got to look at the rankings. I mean, I know everybody's high on Colby, but I kind of say to Colby what you do to be beaten. It's been a long time since he's beaten somebody that was division, but he's about to tonight, maybe.
I like what Dejan,
if you consider
hat, Jeff. Dejan says, I want to see Colby and Khamzat. That's a fight I want to see. Chimaev and Covington would be awesome.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be interesting to see what the odds are in that fight. Because I don't know who I would consider the favorite in that fight. You know, that would be a very interesting fight. But if I'm Colby, that's a fight that I want sooner than later, because the longer you wait, Khamzat's just going to get better and it's going to be worse for you. But yeah, Masvidal has nothing for this round. You know, he was in the first 2 rounds.
Nothing.
He was able to try to get back to his feet, even though he didn't. This round, he's content with just accepting the position.
And Colby's working for a choke again. Jake floated in the chat room. We can't give you full play-by-play, man. That's illegal. So we're doing what we can to keep you up to date. Colby's looking for a rear naked choke. He's got the right hip of Masvidal. He's got the right leg controlled with his right leg, but Masvidal now got the right leg out. Colby's working crank. That's not a rear naked. That's neck crank.
He can't. He isn't going to get a rear naked from here because he's only got one hook in.
Masvidal cannot grapple with this dude.
If he can flatten Masvidal out, maybe. But right now, hook in.
But Colby's doing exactly what Colby needed to do in this fight, man. Ground control, continuously moving, continuously working for strikes, for chokes, he's just down in a praying position right now, and Colby's on his back right now from his right side. But, I mean, no chance of Masvidal going
they had
anywhere.
a nice little
knees in him.
Yeah. Scramble right there.
Go ahead,
and
Jeff.
they both got caught. I said they had a nice little scramble. Masvidal tried to explode, and then Colby beat him around the corner and was able to maintain top position. But I was happy to see that out of Masvidal because I felt like he was accepting this position, which so he's not really accepting it. Hell, he got up in the last second.
Masvidal hit him with a pretty big right at the end of the round. But Jeff, your audio's getting there to me, so if I'm talking over you, I'm sorry. Can we get a fund for Jim's? My internet's actually very high speed, and I'm connected through Ethernet, so it's not mine. Oh man, it's not easy to do these live streams sometimes with the technology that we have in this world. It's getting better.
I got Elon Musk satellites. I'm kidding. I doubt it.
Yeah, we need some Elon cash to fix the internet. What do you think of that round, Jeff?
Elon.
That last one.
Colby dominated that. I think Colby's up 3-0. Masvidal, and it looks like Masvidal. Like I said, Masvidal in the first 2 rounds was not accepting the position. He was trying everything that he could to get back up. He accepted that for a good 2 minutes right there before he finally tried to scramble and explode out. I feel like this fight's headed one way, and at this point, Masvidal just has a big shot, and that's it. You know, he's going to get taken down and dominated the last 2 rounds again.
Yeah, he's got to be careful.
He's got nothing to stop the takedown.
No, but Colby and Masvidal's come close with a couple of rights, and he got a jab through. So Colby's standing right there. I mean, Masvidal still has a chance, and good defense by Masvidal pushes him off.
So. Losses on his bum ass career. Hey, fact for all you math wizards out there. If this guy won his next 45 fights in a row, he still wouldn't have a better winning percentage than me. You can win 40.
All right, there's a little bit of the back.
Colby talking all kinds of madness.
Smothering him against the fence again, man. Just shoulder to shoulder. Masvidal's got the underhook. He's doing everything he can to stop him, but he's not going to stop this. Well, he did stop the takedown. I'm surprised.
Yeah, he stopped that. Yeah, he stopped the takedown earlier this round. Maybe Colby is slowing down. I don't know. Or maybe Masvidal took the last round off. You know what I mean? Maybe Masvidal took that last round off, except when I said he was accepting the position, maybe he was grabbing a little break.
He's doing a good job staying low and keeping the underhook in to keep that one. It's twice he defended the takedown against the cage. Under 3.5 minutes left in the round. Oh, nice combination by Covington. Rocks Jorge. Now he's going right back in for the takedown.
Masvidal is unable. Yeah, he's not moving laterally. Like, Covington punches and immediately clinch because Jorge's standing.
Jeff kind of froze up.
But we did say the safe money's definitely Colby, but I just can't keep him off of him. He can't create any space. Colby's dominating in this fight.
Right, and of course, we still haven't seen Bryce Mitchell or RDA, Rafael dos Anjos, at the podium yet. And you'd have to think both of these fighters, unless one of them takes incredible damage late, they'll be at the podium. Dana's there. So a long night of coverage still coming your way right here on MMA Weekly. Like, follow, subscribe. It's UFC 272. Colby with a nice left hand. Jorge's kind of like looking like he's really not, defending himself too well. Colby shot up against the cage, Jeff. Masvidal's getting worked. Doesn't look like he's really hurt, but he got hit a lot. Man, just output of Covington and the speed
I don't think
of
that
his
he's
hands.
hurt. I just think that he's. I'm just going to close the whole thing out. I just think that he can't keep Covington off of him. He's got no for Covington, and so Covington gets 2 or 3 punches off, and then Masvidal does to fire back before Covington's in on the takedown. And the only way Masvidal is going to be able to is moving laterally, and he's not doing that. And so I don't see anything changing in this fight.
No, wow, left hook from Masvidal. It's now or never for Masvidal, Jeff. I mean, you're under 1:30 in round 4. He's really starting to tire volume. His output has been tremendous. He cards is kind of exactly how I thought this fight would go. I said 50-4. That's my prediction from Colby. I mean, Colby's got to be careful though here. Just kind of now's that point in the fight where you can just let me just stand in the pocket and finish this dude on the feet. And he's got to stick to the game plan because Masvidal's still dangerous. And there goes Colby punching into another takedown up against the fence and with 45.
Yeah, it's just that Masvidal has no answer for that. He just has no answer for that at all. Where Usman was able to prevent that takedown and then turn Colby along the fence, and so a lot of their fight took place in the clinch. Masvidal's unable to have success in the clinch at all, and so this fight's getting one-sided. Look, Masvidal's not getting killed, but he's close to winning any of these rounds.
No, and his hands are down at his waist. Masvidal's now in the last 5 seconds of the round, but Masvidal's exhausted. He's absolutely exhausted. Yeah. They're still talking, but he's exhausted, and they're going to go to the 5th round. But so far, all that talk of killing each other and blood spilling and being in the hospital and going out on a stretcher, nothing close from either guy. But Masvidal hit Colby with a huge right hand in that round and really hurt him. And then Covington landed a few big shots of his own. But that right, if you see it on the replay, knocked him down. Big right hand from Masvidal. Best shot of the fight for him so far.
Yeah, Colby does a really good job of when he gets hit with a shot, he goes immediately to his wrestling. Right, immediately. It's like it's just innate. That's just where he goes, and it works. It works for him. It's just that, like I said, Masvidal just has no way to stop Colby's forward pressure, and so he ends up backed against the fence, clinched up. And then Colby changes levels and puts him on his back. It's incredibly frustrating for Masvidal, but this is not a boxing match. This is an MMA fight, and this is what he's going to deal with. Outside of a big shot, Covington's going to win this thing 50-45. Maybe
that was my
49-40. Yeah, maybe 49-40 or 49-46 rather, depending on how people scored that second round. And the only reason why I say that is because you and I missed a good 1.5 to 2 minutes of that round. And maybe Masvidal did something.
Oh, wow. Colby with some big combinations coming in, working his way for a takedown. Yeah, he's got it. Wow, that was high level from Colby. I mean, he threw 3 combinations like lightning and then came right in on a takedown. There's very few people in the world. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Wow. He's got Masvidal up against the cage.
Masvidal backs up. Yeah, he allows Colby to back him up, and that's what I'd be telling, or I would have. This fight's over, but I'd been telling him you can't back
Masvidal's
up. Masvidal's off first.
Sorry, Jeff, you're breaking up. Your sentences were breaking up, but he's working for that same rear naked from the side of the right hip and working toward the back. He's tried this 3 different times now in the fight in 3 different rounds, and this one's deeper. Masvidal's chin's still down. But this will constrict the blood for sure and make you lightheaded. He doesn't have the choke in.
Yeah.
But, I mean, he's got the best chance to sink it in that he's had so far.
Yeah, with just the one hook in, if he sinks it in, Masvidal's going to be able to turn into him and get out of it.
Yeah, he's out. He's on his feet now.
Yeah. Masvidal's really good at submission defense. I didn't expect Colby to submit him, but unless you hurt him, But yeah, this is a clinic for Colby Covington. It's not the most explosive fight, but it's definitely high level takedowns, closing the distance and backing up Jorge Masvidal.
But this is what Colby does, right? I mean, this is what Colby did against Robbie Lawler. This is what he does, man. He
does
wins
against
decisions,
everybody.
or he dominates. He dominates dudes. He did it to Dos Anjos. He did it to Lawler. He did it to Damian Maia, Kim, Barbarena. I mean, he won them all by decision, just like this. Anybody who's been here and boxed this dude, that's not his advantage. He probably would have lost had he tried to do that the whole fight. He's still working for that rear naked.
Well, you don't want to. Yeah. I'm not gonna box somebody that's their best weapon. Even if I feel like I'm a little bit better at boxing than you, if my advantage is huge in the clinch, I'm going to the clinch every time. This is the fight game. That's getting hit is not the idea.
No, and we're under 2.5 minutes, and Masvidal's up on his feet and his hands, and Colby's working his back still and yanking him back down to the mat. Yeah, Masvidal, look at his face, man. He looks like he's never defeated. I'm never gonna, impugn his integrity like that, but he just looks like a beat fighter. I mean, he has no answer for this.
He knows where this is
popped
headed.
in the side of the face with both hands now.
Yeah, he knows where this is going. Yeah.
I mean, he's hoping he doesn't get finished here because he's carrying the flag for ATT, but he's getting worked by Colby, and this is just a very high-level performance by maybe best fighter in the world, maybe the second best if Kamaru's number one. I mean, I'm not going to say he's not because Colby Covington's that good. I mean, if you want to say he doesn't have the knockout power, I'll go along with that because he hasn't.
I'll put Peter Yan, Max Holloway. I'll put a shit ton of people above Colby on that list. As we're talking about welterweights, yeah, man, Colby's the number one contender. But as far as ever, I don't know, man. Volkanovski, good dudes in there, man. But he's amongst that company. I'll say that he's amongst that company.
Yeah, no, and Izzy, Colby, that left leg that got kicked is really messed up for Colby. Now I'm a bit of a choke on him from the side, but not much. Colby now looking for the full mount with under a minute left, and I think he's going to get it. Oh, yeah, Masvidal's in trouble. I mean, he's been in trouble, but just no answer, Jeff. It's all just no answer.
He does a pretty decent job of not taking huge damage, but he's losing every position of this fight. He's losing in the clinch. Is he giving up his back yet?
Finished.
Okay.
Neck crank. Now he's working for that rear naked. Colby's content to finish. 25 seconds left. Is Masvidal going to tap? There's no way he taps to Colby. And Colby releases the choke. Now throwing elbows. Looking for switch here. Colby now full mount. Masvidal getting away, but not going anywhere. Wow. Just unbelievable from Colby Covington. Exactly how I thought this fight would go. Literally exactly how I said it would go. And that's it. Zeros. And Colby gets up and rocks him a couple times at the end. Masvidal right up.
I thought it would look a lot like that Bryce Mitchell fight, and it did. We're going to see because Colby's lost twice to the champion, and I don't know where he goes from here. I mean, I feel like you got to do, Leon Edwards is up there. I feel like there's some people. But Masvidal, this is a loss that is going to drop Masvidal. Although it is a loss to the number one contender, it was a dominating loss. So I feel like he's going to drop a couple of spots.
Maybe, but Colby Covington just proved to the world that he's, without a doubt, the second best welterweight in the world. I would love to see him fight Burns. The Burns Chimaev winner and Colby would be a really good fight. I think that might be next for him. Leon Edwards is up there, right? Masvidal probably
I would like
to
see
Edwards fight now. Why would Edwards fight
I would
Jorge
like to
now?
see the Khamzat fight. And I would say this, and I'm dead serious about this. Colby, try to get that fight now because that fight 2 years from now, you're going to get murdered. So take it now.
Do you think he wins, though? Do you think Khamzat beats Gilbert Burns?
Yeah, I think that Khamzat beats Gilbert Burns. I'm but the Colby and Khamzat matchup is a different matchup. And I feel like if Colby's going to beat him, you got to do it now. Because if Khamzat improves any at all, it's not going to be a good night for Colby Covington, in my opinion. But
Okay.
who knows? Kamzat
I
hasn't
might
been
disagree.
tested. Colby has fought much better people than Kamzat has fought. And so whenever everybody's high on Kamzat, we haven't seen Kamzat beat a Leon Edwards, beat a Colby Covington, or beat even a Masvidal, you know? So let's, I kind of want to slow my roll, but at the same time, from what I see out of the guy, he's on a one track to a title fight.
All right, Masvidal's tough, by the way, man. I mean, there's a lot of elbows that he ate there, a lot of big shots. You know, he just couldn't do anything with the ground game, but he ate a head kick. I mean, he definitely took a lot of punishment. He landed a big right hand that knocked the mouthpiece out. He landed a huge leg kick in this fight, you know, but not a whole lot from Masvidal.
No, Masvidal was dominated. I mean, he was dominated. Once Colby got that takedown in the first round, Masvidal couldn't let his hands go, or he was going to get taken down. And the leg kicks stopped coming, and you know, and that front kick to the body. And so, after the first round, Covington was able to neutralize everything that Jorge Masvidal brought to the table, and Masvidal was able to do nothing. He had an answer. He had not a single answer for any of it.
Any of it. Here comes the decision. I have the closed captioning on, so I'll be able to tell the judges' scores. Jeff's going to drop off after this, and I'm going to keep it here. More fighters coming to the podium. Jeff's got a ton of stuff to write for the website. So let's see. All three judges score 49-46, 50-44, and 50-45 for the winner, Colby Covington. I mean, Dominic, I'm surprised at the 49-46, honestly.
Yeah, and I'm surprised that somebody scored around 10-8. I felt like I was a 50-45 fight. For them to score at 50-44, somebody said that Colby beat him at 10-8. And while I think Colby dominated the positions, I don't feel like he did enough damage in any of those rounds to warrant a 10-8.
Here comes Colby. All right, I want to read you what he says here. Okay, it's so great to have you back inside the octagon. Such an honor to be next to you, Joe. Okay, that's really cool. He's thanking the first responders. Military, the real heroes of America. I fight for you guys. Okay. Thank you for supporting us fighters. Now on to business. Okay, cool. I just took care of Miami street trash. Now it's time to take care of Louisiana swamp trash. Where are you, Dustin Poirier? You said it was on site. Wow, he wants to go at Poirier now. And then he just walks away from Rogan. Mic drop from Colby, minus the mic drop.
Yeah, I think that Colby's smart, right? He knew that it's a favorable stylistic matchup for him and Masvidal. And I feel like a fight with Poirier is probably also a favorable matchup for Covington. Except for Poirier, I feel like is really a lot better with his jab than Masvidal is. But I don't anticipate Covington having any problems getting inside on Poirier because he's lost 2 fights to the champion. And so if he strings together 3 or 4 wins over middle of the road guys or some guys, you know, that are ranked 7th and 8th and 6th, then he's going to get back to a title shot. I think what Colby's doing right now is smart. Call out Poirier.
Yeah, and Masvidal says he has to work
Call
on his
out
wrestling.
Nate Diaz.
Poirier would be all right at 170. You know what I mean? So Scott, am I dropping 2 or am I keeping it here?
Yeah,
we'll press conference coming up.
We'll just end it. We'll just end it here.
All right, we're gonna end it here. All right. So I'm gonna toss it to the press conference. We're gonna bounce off. Jeff, it was a good night working with you again, and we'll do it again soon. But Covington dominates just like I thought he would. I don't think there was any surprise there.
No, I think that the safe bet won, and Masvidal got paid big. It's good working with you, Jim. I will be back at the next one like normal.
Jeff Cain, I love working with you too, man. Enjoy and check out Jeff's work on MMAWeekly.com. Like, follow, subscribe. Thank you so much for watching us in the chat. We love you guys. The numbers are huge. Keep it here. Bryce Mitchell, Rafael Dos Anjos, Dana White. You'd have to assume Colby Covington, Jorge Masvidal coming your way from Vegas, the UFC 272 press conference on MMA Weekly, the most trusted source of news and entertainment and mixed martial arts for over 20 years. Until next time, fight fans, Jim Grieshaber, call me Grease, saying keep your game tight and your mind right. I'm out. You're not. Press conference all night long right here.
lost my bad internet, so I'm like, can't wait for my mom.
Can I ask you to record RDA? Just RDA? Yeah. I'm going to sit over there.
I got you. You're welcome.
Well, Bryce, congratulations on a very impressive victory over a very game opponent. How are you feeling about your performance tonight?
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. I'm feeling very good. Just a little bit slow up, but you know, a lot of people when they fight him get carried out and shit. So I'm very happy. There's a lot of stuff that I feel like I could tighten up on in that performance, and but like I'm just lucky that I could walk out of there and I'm conscious and nothing broke, I don't think, so I'm happy.
I was going to ask you, I noticed you were moving a little gingerly there to get in the chair. As you said, a lot of people get hurt against him, but do you think it's anything that's going to keep you out for any length of time, or what is the condition right now?
Oh, it's going to be a while. I'm going to need a little bit of time, you know, just ice stuff and whatnot, but I'm okay.
Nice. Any surprises at all? I mean, you lived up to, you said you'd strike with him, you did. Obviously, your ground game was there, but I mean, any surprises in the performance tonight from him or from you?
I was surprised I couldn't check his leg kicks. It's just like I kind of resorted to just getting the hell out of the way, because in my head I'm like, oh, I'm gonna hold my ground and check his leg kicks, and it's just like I don't know how the hell he was doing that, but I would go to check and it just didn't work, and so I just resorted just moving out of the way completely. That's always a good strategy when something big is coming at you, if you can, you know.
And you showed a lot of respect afterwards. I'm just curious if you could share the details of that conversation, kind of what was shared there.
Right after the fight, I just said that how much I respected him. I told him he was a legend, and then he said he respected me as well. And I said I just love that, you know, you got wife and kids. I said that's something that's just, you know, I'd love to be there at that point in my life one day, you know, so I can look up to him in that aspect. And I said I love how you love God. And I said, would you like to say a prayer? And we said a prayer.
That's amazing. And then on the mic, you know, you use your mic time to do a pretty amazing gesture. Talk about giving away 50% of your purse to charity. I'm just curious, I guess, kind of what your motivation, why that charity, and just, I mean, that's not an insignificant amount of money, obviously.
Yeah, Dana White came up to me after the fight, and he said, don't give your money. I'm going to give the $45,000. And I'm still going to give some money, you know. But he told me, he said, don't give any of your money. It's going to be mine, and I'm going to take care of it. And I'm still going to do something because I just need to. But there will be more than $45,000. We have people coming out of the woodwork. And so I'm planting a seed. And we're going to watch this thing grow. And, you know, it's all about giving back. Like I said, this ain't going to be about just hurting people. When I'm done, we're going to help people.
Why was that charity the one that was important to you?
Well, children are some of the most precious things on the planet, brother. I mean, and I see so much evil and wickedness in the world and so much greed and people killing for money, and it makes me sick. I want to do the exact opposite. And do you know what the greatest thing that I can do in that cage is? It's inspire. That's the greatest thing that I can do in that cage is inspire people. And let me tell you why. Because me, by myself, I really can't do shit. My $45,000, when it comes to medical professions, really ain't shit. That shit's gone in one surgery. That shit's gone in a couple skin grafts. You see what I'm saying? But if I can inspire you, and you, and you, and you, and you, then it's limitless. You see what I'm saying? It keeps going. It's perpetual. And so the greatest thing that I can do is inspire, and I really feel like I've done that, and I really feel like I owe that to God.
It's pretty amazing. So is this going to be kind of a core philosophy for the rest of your fighting career?
Every time I fight, there will be children healed through the fight. Yeah.
That's awesome. Last thing for me, obviously that's amazing, but we do have to talk about your fighting career. I mean, you're climbing up the ranks, right? I mean, have you thought about, I know you want to heal up, take some time, but are there names? Is there a date? I mean, where do you feel like you belong now that, you've picked up this big win?
Well, I feel like I want a title shot, but, I'm just waiting in the lunch line. I'm not going to try to cut in the lunch line. I'm just doing everything that I got to do to earn my spot, and, obviously I'm going to say title shot if you ask me what I want.
I don't know if you're someone that watches tape, but a lot of people online saying that this fight looked very reminiscent of Edson's fight against Khabib. He just couldn't get up for 3 rounds. So, A, are you someone that did watch tape, and is that you saw weaknesses from his past fights that you could exploit?
Yes, when you're watching an enemy, you need to, and he's no longer an enemy, by the way. He's my brother now. But in that cage, in that 15 minutes, he is the enemy. And yeah, you have to respect his strengths, and you have to know his weaknesses, and you have to know your strengths, and you have to know your weaknesses.
That fight week is over. How was this whole fight week experience for you? You were pretty heavily included in the embeddeds. You got a big pop from the crowd. 20,000 people just watched you beat Edson Barboza. So now that it's over, how was fight week, this whole experience for you?
Really, my vocabulary and my words and stuff really don't do it justice, brother. It was so amazing that I just feel like my life has a purpose, and it's awesome.
Hey, Bryce, right here in the back.
What's up, brother?
So I touched on a little bit during media day, but I want to ask you, you talked about one day you do want to see yourself, and you imagine yourself, what would it be like in those big fights, in the title fights, in the #1 contender fights? And I want to ask you, how do you imagine it? When you think about how you see yourself there, what do you see in your imagination?
I see myself having the ability to beat anybody. And of course, there's going to be obstacles, and anybody has the ability to beat me too. That's the flip side of that coin. But through proper preparation and sacrifice and hard work, like I said, I have the ability to beat anybody.
What parts of your game are you most proud of in the growths that you've made in the gym and just growing as a martial artist?
I'm the most proud of my people around me, the coaches and the teammates that have been with me since I started.
And my final question, obviously faith is something, it's like a merry-go-round. You can't just be on when it's good. You have to be there when it's bad also. Just how do you keep your faith strong on tough times and in good ones?
That's when my faith was the strongest, is when I was at my lowest, actually. So you're absolutely right about that. That's what made me what I am, and is reaching the lowest points in my life and then climbing back up.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Just to touch upon that a little bit, you said that you were a warrior of God, and I'm just wondering, at what point in your life did he recruit you?
It was pretty recently, and it was pretty amazing.
How recent? Can you tell us a story?
Within the last year, and there's a lot of stories with it, but when I get down and I pray and I have proper prayer, there's been multiple times where I just feel like just invigorated by the Holy Spirit. I feel invincible.
Last one from me. When you dropped to Edson, what was going through your mind then?
I just remember to stay calm and not give up any position, and not to waste my gas, because I know he can recover. I knew he would recover, or he could. I wanted to finish him, but I knew not to do anything stupid, and that's 5 years ago. I'd have gone crazy. I'd have gone out there and just but probably would have wasted my gas tank and gave him an opportunity to give up. So I visualized doing that. I visualized dropping him. and I visualized, before I dropped them, I visualized dropping them. And I visualized myself staying calm and making the most tactical decision that I could.
I've got one more. Sorry about this.
Don't be sorry, brother. This is what makes a sport, brother. You know, without people asking questions, we don't spread the word, and we don't give people what they want. What you got to ask, brother? I love it.
I was going to ask, what did you make to Colby and Masvidal? Did you think that fight went as expected?
I mean, I wasn't too surprised, and man, they beat each other up. I was surprised by that, you know, but I knew that Colby could wrestle, and I was hoping that I thought that if Jorge would hold in the middle of the octagon and he wouldn't get pressed up on the cage, that's how he would stop takedowns. But he kept getting back up to the cage, and so that was one thing I was kind of surprised about, is that he could not hold the center as well as he wanted to, I'm sure. But yeah, man, they beat each other up. That was a fight.
Bryce, over here. You had a pretty long layoff. Were you worried about ring rust at all?
No, I actually felt a lot better in there. For whatever reason, I didn't feel like nervous at all, and I think that's just part of me accepting my destiny and realizing who I am and what I'm supposed to do.
You were recently on the MMA Hour. What was the reception to that interview like?
Oh, the Ariel Helwani's?
Yeah.
Well, he didn't completely censor me, but he put that I was spreading misinformation, and I don't know, you know, I thought I said a lot of true stuff, but it's open to a debate, and you know, I love the Second Amendment and I love the First, and you know why we have the First? Because we have the Second.
Thoughts on the Canadian truckers at all?
I love them.
All right, thanks, Bryce. All
Thank
from
you.
me.
Thank you. Thank y'all so much. Appreciate you guys and girls. Ladies, I mean.
What's up, guys? Let's see. Holland and Moroz were the performance of the night. Covington and Masvidal was the fight of the night. The attendance was 19,425. It was a complete sellout. That's the 11th consecutive pay-per-view sellout. Gate was 6.76 million. And this is number 7 all-time here at the arena and number 14 all-time for the UFC. John Morgan, yeah.
What's going on? Well, obviously you gave it fight of the night, so I'm assuming you were impressed by the main event. But just give us your thoughts on Colby's performance and you know what he did in this fight tonight.
Yeah, I thought it was a great fight. Obviously, Masvidal's wrestling was better than I expected it to be. His cardio was better than I expected it to be, and you know, it was a tough fight for both guys.
Yeah. The crowd obviously either loves him or hates him, but they're definitely reacting to him. I mean, do you feel at this point, do you consider him one of the biggest stars in the company?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's the thing is, too, is that after a while, no matter how much you hate him, you at least got to respect him. I mean, the guy keeps winning fights, and he's a tough dude.
You've had some bad words to say about him at times over the years. What do you think about Colby?
What do you mean? What do I think about? I mean, I don't know if I've had any bad words to say about him. I said he's an asshole.
That's not a bad
No, he's an asshole. Does anybody disagree with that? I mean, he would probably even agree with that.
I would agree.
Yeah, no, I respect the kid. Yeah.
Do you have any concerns with his brand of promotion? I know you say bad things are said, but you know, like Jorge's whole thing was, hey man, the line was crossed. You don't talk about family. You don't talk about kids. Do you believe there is a line?
I agree with that too. It's called man code. You either have it or you don't. Yeah.
What do you see next for Colby? I mean, obviously he's 0-2 against the champ right now, but he called out Dustin Poirier. Is that a matchup that interests you in any way?
I don't know. You know, he's in a very weird situation. Having lost to Usman twice, you know, Usman's lapping everybody. I don't know. We got to see what's next and talk to Colby and see what he really wants to do. You know, if you fight Poirier, then what?
Tomorrow
there has to be some type of. He has to go in some type of direction. Whether is he gonna go to 55 and fight it? You know what I mean? I don't know. We got to talk.
Well, I was going to ask you, Kamaro yesterday did a Q&A, and he was like, I kind of see myself fighting Colby again at some point. I mean, do you totally rule it out because it's 0-2, or do you still say, well, maybe it could get to there at some point?
I don't know. Listen, if he stays at 170, he keeps winning. I mean, eventually you got to give the kid a shot again.
I did want to ask you about Renato Moicano. Do you have a medical update yet? Is it too soon?
Yeah, he's the only transport tonight. He was transported, and yeah, we'll make sure that he gets triple checked and take care of him.
I think you had to step out during the end of that fight. It looked like you left cage side.
Yeah,
so I didn't. Did you see it? Because I was just kind of wondering what you thought. Because man, it felt like maybe that fight could have been stopped. Maybe not.
I agree. It could have been stopped a couple times, and just Moicano is one of those guys that's just so tough. It could have been stopped, and at the end of the 5th round, he started coming on, and you know, RDA was probably happy there wasn't one more round of that fight. You know what I mean? Moicano is the real deal, man. That's why we knew when we were making this fight. Obviously, if we could have got Islam to turn around, that would have been awesome. But until we even knew we had Islam or thought we had Islam, Moicano was 100% the guy we wanted to go with.
I did want to ask you about Islam. Did he actually turn? There seems to be some controversy over why he didn't get this fight.
There's no controversy. He turned the fight down.
He said no.
No.
Interesting. Okay. Last thing I did want to ask you about Bryce Mitchell. He was just here, and he said, you know, his charitable gift that he was going to give. You said, don't give it. I'll cover it. So I'm just curious, kind of what your motivation was, and I don't know if there's some. I know you guys do a ton of charity already, but when guys are so connected to something like that, is there like partnerships or things that you can do? But why were you motivated to say, hey, don't spend your money, I'll spend it?
Yeah, well, the kid, you know, he's making 45 and 45 tonight. He's going to give 45 to the, and I respect that. And he said, we'll do it. We'll take care of it.
Hey, Dana, to your left. Your left. Curious what you thought of Colby striking. I mean, you know, he seemed like in a lot of the exchanges he got the better of Masvidal, and obviously Jorge is is considered the better striker. Did that impress you, what you saw from him in that
I
fight?
expected that, actually. I expected that. You know, that's Colby's style. You know, he makes you worry about the takedown. I mean, he fought the exact fight that I thought he would fight tonight. He, you know, you have to defend that takedown all night, so it sets up the striking for him.
And, you know, that's a really tough fight for Jorge to get into because obviously the style is a complete, you know, worst thing for him. And then he's got the champion in that division, you know, kind of the same thing with the wrestling. So where do you go with him? I mean, do you move him around and just, you know, kind of cherry pick big fights for him, like looking at since he has those two big guys ahead of him?
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. You know, we knew tonight whoever won and whoever lost, what would be next and where would they go. And I don't know. We're sitting right here right now. I don't know on either one of them, even Colby who won.
So when you negotiate this new contract with him the other day, you had to have an idea of, hey, well, if he loses, we still have a 4 or 5 fight deal, whatever it was with him.
We don't think that far ahead. You know, we signed the kid, and you never know what the hell. It's like you guys will ask me every fucking press conference, what's going to happen after this? And
That's John Morgan.
True. What's going to happen after this and what's going to happen? I don't know. I have to see how the fight plays out. What kind of a fight is it? How did it go? And then I decide, you know, with the team what's going to happen next.
And I wonder about the pay-per-view. Obviously, you know, Masvidal has been his numbers. I think he's averaging close to $1 million on pay-per-view prior to tonight. Did this one track to get to that kind of a number?
You know, it's funny because we're talking. I mean, I just said this is our 11th consecutive pay-per-view sell. I mean, this thing's on fire. It's just crazy. Ever since the pandemic, it's been nuts for us. And yeah, I mean, these guys. I was telling you guys how much money we were losing during COVID, COVID testing and all the other bullshit that we had to go through, but all the pay-per-views were skewing higher than you had a guy who would normally fight and do 300,000 pay-per-view buys and he was doing 7 or 8. And yeah, I mean the business is just kicking ass.
Well, did you have any indication that this one was going to be like that, where you had a number and then it did a lot better?
Yeah, I mean this thing outperformed the budget big time. I mean just the gate alone.
And finally, for me, do you know anything about what happened to I guess the broadcast went off for a while anyways during the fight. Do you know?
Yeah, it didn't go off for a while. It went off for a little bit on the second round. Yeah.
Dana, just one question over here. The Ringer MMA show on Spotify Green Room's been talking about this all week, and I'm wondering your thoughts on it. With all of the connections to Florida and the UFC's positive relationship with the state, why wasn't this fight done in Florida?
That's a good question. I think we owed Vegas a fight. It was the time that we had to do the fight in Vegas. We kind of lay these things out, throughout the year and decide where we think we're going to be in each month, and just landed on Vegas.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Dana over here on this side.
Yep.
A couple other impressive performances. Kevin Holland got his first win at welterweight. Sergey Spivak won in less than a round. Jalen Turner, Marina Rodriguez. So what did you make of the rest of the card for all these young fighters?
Well, I was excited about this card anyways. This was a great card as far as matchups went. And, yeah, everybody looked impressive tonight.
Joanna was also back here. She was a guest fighter for Scrum. She said she's still eyeing a fight with Wei Lee. Is that still the fight that you're hoping to make the rematch?
Yeah. That's the fight that makes sense.
Is there any headway on when that fight could happen? It seemed like she was just waiting for a date at this point.
Do we know the date on that one? Yeah, no. I was hoping he had something I didn't. He doesn't.
She was also talking about fighting at Allegiant Stadium and said that she might know something we don't. Do you know what she's talking about?
I do not.
Hamzat was also here. Did you guys talk about anything else besides confirming his fight with Gilbert?
No, that's it. Yeah, we got that done. It's locked in, and that's a fun card.
And finally, Darren Till was also here with him. Have you spoken with him about his return? Or
no, I haven't seen Darren. I haven't seen Darren since he's been here. I knew that he was here with Hamzat, but I haven't seen him.
What do you make of that friendship? It seems like they're inseparable.
Yeah. No, I like it. Yeah.
Hey, Dana.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, Khabib Nurmagomedov inducted into the Hall of Fame tonight. Usually doesn't show much emotion. What was his reaction when he came over there and graced him?
He was pissed off tonight. I don't know what happened to Khabib tonight. I kept telling him, what pissed you off tonight?
I think it was Tim.
Maybe.
Tim Elliott was holding.
Yeah. I think that might be it too.
Greg Hardy's now lost 3 in a row, and they were all finishes. Wondering what your thoughts are on him and what his future is with the UFC.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll get in the room on Tuesday and figure that out.
Given the results of the main event, going into it, are you looking at Chimaev and Burns as the #1 contender fight in the welterweight division?
Makes sense.
Did Marina Rodriguez do enough tonight to be a #1 contender for the winner of Carla Esparza and Rose Namajunas?
Makes sense.
And
You're
then-
making a lot of sense, Schmo.
Okay, then lastly, Nate Diaz. What's the likelihood he gets a new contract before we see him entering the octagon again?
The likelihood that Nate Diaz gets a new contract? Very good.
Appreciate it.
All right.
Dana, right here.
Yeah.
Dana, I was wondering just your thoughts on Marina Moreau's big win. Obviously, coming from the Ukraine, she had a lot of emotions out there. The crowd really responded to her. I just wanted your thoughts outside of the fact that she got a bonus.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how you want me to answer that question. I agree with you. It was an awesome performance, an awesome speech, and yeah.
This month, you guys are going to be traveling for fight nights for the first time since the pandemic, so I'm assuming it's very exciting. Could you just talk a little bit about what's the forecast look like on doing more traveling outside of the numbered events this year?
Yeah, well, as things start to open up and these different states that were tough to do business in make it much easier to do business in, we'll start going to, there's a lot of places to hit now. We just had to wait till all this goofy shit was over. It looks like it's getting over, so we're ready to roll.
Will there be more dates coming up in April, or is that still being decided?
Yeah, we don't have anything figured out yet, but we will. The other problem is as these states start to open up, you got all these different events that haven't happened, and there's still people that haven't put on an event since the pandemic, concerts and bands and things like that, and so a lot of these arenas are going to be packed, probably the first year and a half. So we'll see what we can figure out and what we can get done.
Thank you.
Dana down here. What do you do now with Jorge Masvidal that he's right here? What do you do now with Jorge Masvidal now that he's lost 3 of his last 3 fights? I know you guys have just given him a new lucrative deal, but matchmaking-wise, what do you think makes the most sense for him at this juncture?
I don't know. That was what Kevin just asked me. I don't know. We'll figure out what's next for him. The rankings will come out on Tuesday, and we'll do something that makes sense.
And I'm not sure if you said, if you heard, Tom Aspinall recently said that you guys have told him that you've got potential replacements for Alexander Volkov. Now, I know you alluded to that the other day, but is that the case?
I hope not, but we'll figure it out if it does. You know what I mean? I don't know. We'll see how this thing plays out too. We're trying to get him out of there early, and he didn't want to leave early, so.
And hypothetically, if Volkov isn't allowed entry into the UK, would you keep that matchup together at all, or would you just?
No, if he can't get into the country, then we'll make another one for Tom. He's from the UK, so we would find him another opponent.
Regardless, then.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Dana, just in front of you. Was that the last fight on Greg Hardy's contract?
Was that the last fight on Greg Hardy's contract?
Yeah.
Does anybody know the answer to that question? Nobody knows.
Okay. And also I wanted to touch on, do you think the narrative of the Dos Anjos Moicano fight changes a lot, given, it was close to being stopped in the 4th round, then Moicano comes out and has a great 5th round. Do you think it changes like a lot of people's mind, given that Moicano had such a good last round?
Changes their mind as far as what?
Obviously entering the 4th round, he was getting beat up quite a lot,
right.
And then he comes out in the 5th and,
what we were saying earlier, I think it was John Morgan, was that, I think a lot of people figured that fight should have been stopped earlier, right? Then he comes out in the 5th round. It's like, it's one of the, we've said this a million times in the fight business, a guy who's too tough for his own good kind of thing. If the ref doesn't stop the fight, Moicano is that guy. But that's why we made this fight. We made this fight with Moicano because he's a stud. He's literally a stud. I mean, the guy's a badass. That's why we made this fight.
And I just wanted to get your thoughts on the judging tonight. There was a few split decisions. Could have gone either way. I think the Nikolai fight, Kennedy, the Tim Elliott fight. Obviously, I think that's why Khabib was a bit angry. Did you think anything wrong with the decisions?
No, I didn't. Nothing stood out to me like, holy shit, this is crazy.
And whilst we're on Habib, obviously Umar, you know, he's struggled to get a fight. He's pulled out of a few fights, but a really good win tonight. How far do you think he can go in the UFC?
Who'd you say?
Umar, Khabib's cousin.
Yeah. What about him?
How far do you think he can go in that division?
I don't know. That remains to be seen. As you start to work your way up the ladder here, it just gets nastier and nastier. So we'll see.
And just one more from me. Kevin Holland, you know, had a great welterweight debut. Just your thoughts on his win.
Yeah, listen, I think I've told you guys a million times I love that kid. You know, I have a really good relationship with him, and I like him a lot, and you know, I'm happy to see him win.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was the last fight in his deal. Look, check you out. Hi.
Hey, we have a few questions. The first one is Colby Covington that he called out on Dustin Poirier in the fight, saying that he wants to match up with him next time. So, do you think that's going to happen in any near future?
I don't know. We were just talking about that too. We said that he's in a really tricky situation right now. Does he go to 55? Does he move up to 85? Does he keep knocking off guys at 170? And then I eventually say, okay, he's ready for a title again. You know, I don't know. It's a weird spot for both of those guys to be in, no matter who would have won. But we'll see.
Okay. Next question is, today, Yan Xiaonan and Rodriguez going to have a pretty close fight. And what do you think about the split decision?
What was the question? Did I think it was a split decision?
Yeah, it was. I know it was Rodriguez.
Yeah, I didn't, like I said, nothing stood out to me tonight in the judging that I was like, oh, this is ridiculous. You know, when the judges, when I think that the judges blow it, I'm usually it stands out, and I would have, yeah.
Makes sense. Last question is, so Yana, that she has been calling out John Whaley for a rematch. Do you think that's going to happen, or do you think John Whaley's next opponent most likely be someone else?
Whaley and Joanna? Yeah, probably Joanna.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank
Hey
you.
Dana, how you doing, mate?
Hey.
I never got to follow up with you after 270, but I just wanted to wonder, how did the NFTs go? Was it a successful campaign?
The NFTs? Yeah, the NFTs killed it. Yeah. Thank you. That was an easy one. You guys done with me? Have a great night. I appreciate it.
Javi, obviously a battle out there from start to finish. Guy wouldn't go away. I guess physically, how are you feeling right now, and how do you feel about your performance tonight?
Yeah, it feels good, man. It was hard for me to take that fight on short notice. He was a totally different guy that I was training for. Fiziv's a shorter guy, Muay Thai fighter. All of a sudden comes, Moicano is taller link, good jab, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. Was kind of hard to make that adjustments, but I'm pretty happy I got it done.
Was there any consideration of not taking it because of all those things you just mentioned?
Zero. I told Dan, I told Sean Shelby I'll fight anybody.
Nice. The insistence on keeping it 5 rounds, we were a little bit surprised, obviously. Was that something that you wanted, or was that something the UFC said? Like, why keep it at 5 rounds?
I was training for 5 rounds. So I was training for a main event. Everybody knows that when you do a fight camp for 5 rounds, it's pretty hard. So I don't want to take that away. I know I fight well when it goes distance. I feel good, and it was good too, to get rid of that ring rust that I had. 16 months layoff. I felt that a little bit, but I think now I'm a good track.
Obviously, you damaged him quite a bit in there. That eye was pretty nasty. I guess what's going through your head as you're seeing how much damage he's taking is not going away, and arguably had his best round in the 5th round.
Yeah, I think when you take fights on short notice, you don't have much to prove, right? Like he said, I was it's time to make money. I was in the pool sitting with my family. I got a call, so he jumped on the airplane, and okay, whatever happens, right? And I was training. I was on a fight camp for 8 weeks. Fight got postponed. Brought new coaches from Brazil, new sparring partners. What's crazy for me? The last 2 weeks, a lot of stress, a lot of things going on. Sold my place in California, moving back to Brazil. A lot of pressure, but thank God everything went well.
This may be a silly question because it's a fight, but when you see how much damage is around his right eye, is there any part of you that's like, I can't keep hitting him there? Like, this is terrible.
I thought, man, I really wanted, the doctor to stop it, but they didn't. But, I got to do what I got to do, unfortunately. And I was, I was trying to finish the fight, but the guy's tough as nail.
You didn't get the Masvidal win tonight for that, so I guess are there other names? Maybe is Islam still a fight that makes sense? What makes sense for you now?
Looks like Islam gonna fight Benil Dariush, right? And had a chance to fight me tonight. He didn't. And 170 pounds. I took that fight. They don't. And I don't know. Looks like Conor's coming back on the summer. That could be a good one. Title fight already scheduled. We'll see, man. A lot of things can happen. I just want to be active. I want to be training. I need good names. So, man, I've been on this game for so many years. Fought everybody in 2 divisions. I need names that make me, want to go to the gym and train hard for it. That's what I want.
Rafael, straightforward. I was wondering, obviously people talk about how many guys you have faced. You have one of the most difficult schedules, just all the opponents that you've taken on in the last several years. For you, just what keeps you to keep training at that high level and keep up this schedule at this stage of your career?
I think I have a heart of a fighter, that's what I do for a living. I never did anything different pretty much of my whole life. And then I don't pick fights. UFC call me with that opponent, and I take fights and be on this level of competition that I am. I can't really pick fights, and I never did.
What are some of the things you're most proud of? Like, has it been some of the tougher opponents that you faced at 170? Was it just what are some of those fights that really stand out to you that you're very proud of personally?
My run for the title, at lightweight, I had a successful run. Beat Anthony Pettis on his prime and move up. A lot of people took me for granted when I move up, saying that I was too small. and I had a great run. Not gonna say that was the best run because I lost on the title fight, but I beat Safedin, Neil Magny, and Robbie Lawler and fought for the title. So it's I'm proud of it. You know, I fall short for Colby on that fight, but was a closer one.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Rafael, just one question over here. Are you interested at all in fighting the winner of Chandler versus Ferguson?
It's too soon to think about it. It's too soon. I did not even know that they were scheduled to fight. But yeah, it's too soon to think about it. I think I got a 60-day suspension. I think the Conor fight would make more sense to me right now.
Great, thanks.
Rafael over here, other side. You're the 10th fighter in UFC history to hit the 20 wins mark all in the UFC. So can you speak a little bit on that record and if you were aware of that and what that record would mean to you?
I didn't was aware of it. But yeah, it feels great. I think I've been in UFC for 14, 15 years. And it's been great to me. Pretty happy with the company and the treatment that I get. I still have a lot on me. Moved back to Brazil, training with Nova União with André Pederneiras, legendary coach, and I think he's getting the best of me.
I think in your next fight, you're going to pass Frankie Edgar for the most octagon time in the UFC too. So what would that, like outside of the wins, but just most time in general in the history of the UFC fighting, what would that record mean to you?
Yeah, man. Being ahead of Frankie's a legend. That would be great, that's a lot of hours on the octagon. Proud of it.
Rafael, just in front here. You said that obviously you think the Conor fight makes sense next. Is it a case of, obviously it's a big payday, but the fact that it's been 6 years since your cancelled fight and it's always been a fight you wanted since then?
It's not. I think the moment that we're living right now, it's that fight will make a lot of sense. I was on a 16 months layoff. Conor broke his leg, and he's coming back on the summer. I think that would make sense. The division is kind of crazy right now, and I think that fight will make a lot of sense.
But obviously, you just picked up a win, but Conor's not had a win in 2 years. How would you assess when you were first booked to fight him? We're now with a fight now. He's in a very different position from when you were first booked to fight him, is he not?
Can you say it again, please?
When you were first booked to fight Conor, he was, at the top of his game, and now he's at the bottom of his game. Is that something that puts you off the fight, or do you still want it?
Yeah, man, Conor is a big name. It's always a lot of pay-per-view. He sells a lot of pay-per-view. That will be a big money fight, of course. And we have a history too. Like I said, I'm looking for names that make me want to go to the gym and training. Being so many years on this game, I don't want to fight, names that don't interest me, don't push me to go to the gym. I'm 37 years old, fought pretty much everybody on the division, in 2 divisions. So I think he would be the guy that would motivate me to go to the gym and work hard for it.
Is he the only name that stands out?
That's what come to my mind right now.
Thank you.
Rafael, tudo bom? Fazer em português aqui rapidinho, tá? Rafael, a primeira pergunta que eu queria fazer para você é sobre a luta em si. Teve alguma surpresa na performance do Moicano? Teve alguma coisa que te surpreendeu nele em específico no octógono?
Cara, eu acho que a durabilidade dele ali, né, de bancar ali por ter aceitado a luta tanto pouco tempo, de aguentar os 5 rounds bem. Eu impus meu jogo, estava bem treinado, mas terceiro ali eu achei que ia finalizar ele, nocautear, mas o moleque segurou a onda legal e eu acho que isso me impressionou.
Ali na arena, pareceu que no final do combate ele foi melhor do que durante a luta. Você sentiu se de repente você estava mais cansado ou estava mais cadenciado pela certeza da vitória?
Não, eu acho que o Dedé falou comigo para eu dar para parar de caçar e dar uma andada e deixar ele vir mais para cima de mim. Mas isso é uma coisa que eu tenho que trabalhar em mim. Toda vez que eu tô andando, circulando o ringue, eu acho que eu tô perdendo a luta. Então, eu sempre quero ir pra frente. Então, eu acho que isso é uma coisa que eu tenho que trabalhar em mim. Nem sempre, quando você tá andando, circulando, você tá perdendo a luta. Você tá angulando. Então, isso é uma coisa que... Aí eu acabei que botei em risco ali um round sem necessidade. Entendeu? Aí tomei um jab ali dentro do olho, cara. Tomei um soco bem... Não foi tão forte, mas foi bem dentro do olho. Então, me machucou um pouco. Aí eu tomei uns golpes ali, mas nada demais. Mas eu acho que foi o melhor momento dele na luta ali, o quinto.
Depois de mais de um ano parado, quão frustrante foi para você, mais uma vez, trocar de adversário? E toda essa polêmica que envolveu o slam, né? Aceita, não aceita, daí você vai dormir achando que o adversário acorda com outro. Quão frustrante foi para você esse cenário inteiro?
Ah, cara, eu treinei para lutar 5 rounds, a luta foi adiada 2 semanas, aí troca o oponente, aceita um, o cara não aceita. Pô, foi bem difícil essas 2 semanas aí, muito estresse, muita coisa difícil, mas graças a Deus a gente arrumou um oponente e saímos com a vitória.
Você deixou claro que a sua grande meta é voltar a lutar pelo cinturão. Depois da performance de hoje, o quão distante você acha que você está da sua meta?
Cara, eu acho que a luta do cinturão já está marcada, sendo ex-campeão. Eu acho que esse caminho para mim se encurta muito. O Islam e o Benny vão lutar. Então, eu acho, cara, tudo pode acontecer, né? Eu, como sempre, eu me mantenho preparado. A oportunidade que aparecer, eu vou estar pronto.
Só mais 2 perguntas, por favor. Você já falou em inglês, gostaria que você respondesse em português. No mundo ideal, qual seria a sua próxima luta e por quê?
Cara, eu acho que uma luta legal que faria sentido para mim seria o retorno do Conor agora, parece que ele vai voltar em julho, agosto. Seria uma luta legal que me interessava. Eu, sendo ex-campeão, já ter lutado tanto aí com todo mundo em 2 divisões, eu preciso de lutas que me animem de ir para academia e treinar, nomes que me deem prazer em treinar, entendeu? Então esse seria um nome que me daria isso.
Para finalizar, Rafael, você mudou de volta para o Brasil, já vendeu a casa em Los Angeles. 10 anos atrás, mais ou menos, você mudou para os Estados Unidos. O que você procurava nos Estados Unidos naquela época e o que hoje você procura no Brasil voltando para lá?
Eu vim para cá atrás de treino. Eu estava sem treino de wrestling, sem treino de geral, assim, de sparring, de tudo. Eu acho que eu consegui isso aqui. Tive uma boa temporada. Agora a gente resolveu vender e ir para o Brasil. Eu acho que a minha família está feliz, eu estou feliz, a minha esposa está feliz. E o treino lá no Dedé, a gente tem tudo no mesmo lugar, no CT lá do Dedé, da Nova União. Tem jiu-jitsu, wrestling, tudo eu faço lá. Tem meu treinador físico, Paulo Caruso também. E médicos no Brasil eu acho muito melhor e tudo. O momento me levou para o Brasil agora.
Hey Rafael, how you doing, mate? If you were to get the Conor fight, what areas would you be looking to test yourself in? Like, I know obviously you mix it up well, but would you be willing to stand and bang, for example, or would it be a more grappling heavy approach?
I have no problem to trade the punch with Conor. No, I think I have everything it takes. I'm pretty comfortable on stand up. I know he got a dangerous game, but I'll do my game. Just mix it up but I have no problem to trade at all. Thank you, guys.
Hello, everybody.
Well, Jorge, I know it's got to be a little frustrating right now, so appreciate the time. But I guess, what are the emotions for you like right now?
I wrestled like shit, you know. I lost a lot of exchanges that if I would have won them, I mean, on a technical level, things could have gone a little different, you know. If I would have made him spend more energy on certain takedowns. That first takedown I gave up, he took my back and he rode me pretty good, and that got me a little flat, you know. Going into the next round, I felt like I won a lot of the exchanges. I felt like on the feet I definitely did the more damage, but it's a fight, and I mean, shit, man. If I could do it all over again, I would have gone to college and wrestled my ass off, got my grades up, and be able to stuff all these guys up and then just keep it on the feet. But I was just flat on the wrestling, brother.
Yeah. I know you said obviously nothing personal, but I mean, and you've been in big fights, but the feeling going out there tonight, was it any different? Was there any, you know, type of different emotion than normal?
To lose to a bitch like that, I mean, all he does is talk about people's kids, religion, nations. Obviously, nobody wants to lose to a coward like that. So, you know, I felt like I lost the wrestling exchanges, the fight, you know, whatever, you know. I know I did damage. I think I dropped him twice. So, it just sucks, man. Fucking flat on the wrestling, and he jumped on and he was able to take me down. There was like 1 or 2 times that I felt him getting real tired on the takedowns, and all of a sudden he got that takedown as I was like stuffing the second and third attempt. Then on the fourth one he got me down, and he's got good control once he's on top.
Obviously, you knew the guy very well. Did anything in there surprise you, or was it pretty much just exactly what you expected?
More or less what I expected, you know. I know that he wouldn't want to stand in there toe-to-toe, because even if he'd land 1 shot or 2 or 3, when I'd land one back, it'd make a big difference, you know. I felt I'd hurt him more significantly with my shots, but whatever, man, it still came up short.
Yeah. Is it a fight that you'll try to get again at some point, or is it, you know, all that encompasses it better to just move past all this?
Definitely, if I
take some time away and be with the family and such, but is there anything that interests you right now other than a rematch, which would be down the road? I mean, you're still a big star, obviously, man. The crowd was responding out there. It's clear how much you're loved. So, I mean, are there fights that make sense, or dates or anything like that?
I think the only thing that makes sense is for me to get in the gym, me to get in the track and field, and just get after it, get in great shape, see where my headspace is at, and then 3-4 months from now make that decision who's next. You know, for right now, I want to clear the cobwebs up. It's not that I'm hurt or nothing, but to lose to a punk like that, it's just, it sucks, you know. And if I fight like another wrestler, I need to make sure I could deal with this thing, you know. It's always been tough fights for me with the wrestlers, you know. Thinking, is he going to shoot on me so I don't open up as much on my feet as I should, and then I get in big scrambles and I get out scrambled. So I need to fix the wrestling, man.
George, to your right. I mean, to your left, excuse me. I know my right from my left usually. I'm just curious, when you dropped him in the 4th round there, was that your good shot, and are you surprised he bounced up as quick as he did?
And then I didn't pounce, you know, on him after I dropped him. I wasn't surprised that he bounced up. I was just surprised that I didn't go and take his head off. I thought he was going to shoot immediately on me, so I just thinking of wrong shit instead of just go and take his head off. You know, I was tired. He was tired and hurt. That was my chance right there. That was that window of like 5-6 seconds to give it all I got and make a sprint and make a big change. Maybe I could have made that round 10-8, 10-7, who knows, you know. But I didn't take that opening.
You dropped him in the 2nd and the 4th, I believe it was. Which one was the better shot?
I'm going to have to see with myself, because obviously when I'm in the fight, I might think this, I might think that. Probably the one in the 4th, I think, but I'm going to have to check it out again.
The other thing, you know, you were standing there when he called out Dustin Poirier, and it was a little surprise to people. He's calling out a guy in a lighter weight class.
Mm-hmm.
He talked about, to me anyways, going up and fighting at 185, as opposed to saying Whitaker. He calls out Dustin Poirier, and I'm curious what you think that says about Colby for doing that.
He's a bitch. That's it. You know, the bitch could wrestle though.
Jorge right here. Go ahead, Austin.
Did you think he was kind of fighting a little bit dirty in there? I know in the first round he poked you in the eye, and that started the wrestling, so you almost had the first round taken away from you from a foul. Did you feel like he was doing that, and was he doing it intentionally, or how did you feel?
The eye poke was pretty bad, man. The only thing that's hurting on me right now is the fucking eye poke. My eye's still throbbing right now. I've had a couple mishaps with Herb Dean. I just don't get it why he didn't fix the action. You know, he threw a punch, missed, and then he immediately just jabbed me in the fucking eyeball. I'm not gonna take nothing away for him winning the fight, because that was just one sequence. But it would have been cool if he would have stopped it there, and I would have got my breather, and then we restart, because he poked the shit out of my eye. You know, like, it's still throbbing right now. That's the only thing that's hurting on me. Whatever the fucking me and Herb Dean don't have a clean record as it is. You know, we've had a couple mishaps in the past, and shit, he's not my cup of tea when it comes to refereeing.
He, in between the first and second round, he said to Colby, I've watched the replay, it was an eye poke, I'm giving you a stern warning. But at that point, the eye poke's already happened, and you've already...
And I've been down for like 3 minutes and change on my back, you know. I don't know, you know, I just kind of sucks, you know. And then there was a low blow as well, and I don't know. Colby's always been kind of a little dirty fighter, but today just showed more. But I'm not gonna rely on that or anything, man. Still, I lost the wrestling scrambles, and he won, you know.
You've been disappointed before, right? I remember against Usman, you know, you came up short and you were disappointed. But this one, and I don't want to rub it in or anything, but how harsh is this sitting here right now talking to us?
It's fucking, like I said, none of it is personal, but it just sucks because this idiot talked about my kids, you know. He's still somebody, if I see him out in the streets, I'm going to give him everything I got to break his fucking jaw, you know. It doesn't matter if I lost wrestling scrambles tonight. I still think he's a fucking pussy, you know.
Thanks for coming to talk to us.
Jorge, I was wondering, straight back, I believe it was in the 4th round you had this particular exchange with him. He kind of got you against the fence. He unloaded a few punches and you just shook it off. You showed your tongue at him. Can you just walk me through that moment? I mean, was it just the punches just didn't have no power and then you came back and cracked them?
I was kind of baiting him there because I was seeing the punches coming, and I was like, I think I could get him to either punch out or he's going to take a shot right now and I could catch him with a knee. I ended up catching him with a punch. Yeah, he doesn't have power like on his hands, you know. That's why he goes right to sniffing the crotch. So I just I was hesitant there, man. I thought he was going to shoot and I could time him for a knee as he was throwing those punches. I just read him wrong. I think he let out like 7, 8 punches, but that also caused him to gas, you know.
And then another question I had, just were there any words exchanged, you know, when you guys were in the middle of the octagon that maybe we didn't catch during the fight?
Yeah, me just telling him you're still a bitch and shit like that.
Did he say anything back?
I don't even know what he said, bro. But I know I just told him, "Here, bitch, just, you know, I'll get you eventually."
Now, I know you know, not too many fights that you've had back since the pandemic, so obviously a big crowd and big response to you tonight when you walked out. Just, can you talk about what it's like this many years in your career, now finally you're getting all of that kind of reaction when you finally walk out to the octagon?
You know, this is like double-sided, you know. I've been doing it 20 years. I'm 37 years old. I wish I would have had the support maybe a little bit younger when I was a little bit younger. But I'm not mad that I'm getting it now, though. You know, I still love this sport. I still love what I do. I'm 37 years old, so it's not like in like my youth prime, but I still love this, you know. So I'm glad that I got the fans behind me, and they see that every time I step in, I got one intention, to take the other guy out.
Can I ask just final question? You've obviously had losses before. When you go home, just like, how do you start putting the pieces back together and start rebuilding with the team, with your family and everything?
Smoke a fat joint, eat a couple cheeseburgers, and then hit the gym, you know, and then hit the track and field, and then hit the gym and see how I'm holding up. And maybe like a month into it or something, I'll talk to my team, my coaches, see what they want to do. I leave it in their hands. I got the best management in the world. I feel I got the best coaches in the world. I'm in the passenger side for this one, you know. I'll let them decide when I come back. When after the fight before this one.
Jorge, back
They wanted
here.
me to take a while, so I did, and then eventually I came back. Now I just talk to my team. If they want me to fight in 2-3 months, I'll do that. If they want me to fight 6-7 months from now, then I'll do that as well.
Jorge, back here. There were some rumors that Colby came into the fight with a knee injury, and I saw that Malky also replied to a tweet about Colby getting some cortisone shots. Do you know if he had a knee injury?
I'm not 100% sure. Just I wanted to blow his knee out anyways.
All right. And then last question from me. There were a couple shots to the back of the head. Did that impact you at all during the fight?
In the heat of the moment, you know, the adrenaline's pumping, you know, so I'm sure that he hit me back there, but I don't feel it. The only thing that impacted me in the fight that was like harsh was the eye poke, you know. It was pretty shitty. My eye's still throbbing right now. Doesn't feel too good. Probably get that checked out. Make sure there's no corneal abrasion or nothing. That's the only thing that I think the referee should have set a stern warning and gave me the time to recoup, you know. My eye's still hurting now, and it's been like 30 minutes after the fight.
Thank you. That's all for me.
Thank you.
Jorge, pasando todo lo que has pasado, tu historia, que es una historia tremenda para todos los cubanos, ¿cómo te recuperas de esto y cómo sigues adelante con la fuerza para seguir peleando y dándole a tu gente lo que la gente quiere de ti?
Fe en Dios, primero, tomar un descanso, 1 o 2 semanas, después empezar a ir al gimnasio, ir recuperándome así y empezar de menos a más, a ver quién me dan para la próxima pelea y después acabar con él.
En Nueva York tú una vez me dijiste a mí que tú soñabas con verte en el Madison Square Garden. Cuando cierras los ojos, ¿dónde más te ves, Jorge? ¿Dónde más ves tu carrera llegando?
De nuevo aquí en Las Vegas, llenando el estadio, peleando con uno de los mejores del mundo, arrancándole la cabeza, yendo para adelante. No, yo no voy a dejar que esto me pare. Voy a tomar un tiempo para reenfocarme, poner todo en su lugar y ir para adelante. De nada.
Jorge, just in front of you here. Obviously, you said before this fight, your ultimate goal, even though all this rivalry with Covington, is you won't retire until you're a champion. Is that still the same?
I'm 37 years old, so I want to give it all I got. And I base it off, if I go to the gym 2-3 weeks from now and the young guys are beating my ass, and I've always said that'll be the time for me to hang it up. If I'm losing in the gym, I don't need to get in the cage to find that out. The goal is always to be the champion. As long as I'm doing good in the gym, I'll keep competing, you know. We didn't do that well to the American top team, but we constantly have guys that are competing at the highest of levels. So the day I can't compete with those guys, I know it's time for me to hang it up. I still do well in the gym, and it's going to be the same thing. I'm going to get back to the gym, and then if everybody's kicking my butt, then my time has come. If I'm still holding my own, I'm going to get in there and give it another shot. And if I win that one, then I'm going to give it another shot. And if I win that one, I'm going to give it another shot, and then see where that leads me.
Like you said there, you know, the title is what's on your mind. Obviously, it's a very personal fight. You know, people can say it's one-sided, but you had your moments. Is it a rematch something you would ever want?
Definitely. I'm going to go and earn it, though, by knocking other people out. Eventually, I'll get in front of him. I'll get in front of Usman right now. I'm far removed from that. I'm probably 2-3 fights away from that. But I love the work. I love the fight. So as long as I can still hold my own in the gym, I'll be back in there.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Game Red, one question. More important for you before it's all said and done to get a third fight with Usman or that second fight with Colby?
It'd be nice to get both. If I could get both, it'd be very nice. I feel in this fight there was a couple hiccups in the wrestling exchanges when he was giving all he had to take me down. If I could have just avoided those takedowns then, it would have been detrimental for him. Then we would have been on the feet and I would have been nice and calm and he would have been huffing and puffing. Instead, I gave up in some positions. Not gave up, but I got outscored, and then that allowed him to put his style on me, and then that made it. Then my gas tank went down. So I just feel like if I could clean that up, I could make his life hell.
Herb Dean did give him the warning in between rounds. I mean, he gave a stern warning. Were you kind of surprised that he didn't take a point after that with the low blow?
No, I wasn't surprised at all. I was just surprised that after the eye poke in the first round, they didn't just break it up and address it. Like, that position wouldn't have happened had he not poked me in the eye, you know? So it's whatever. It's Herb Dean stuff, you know? Everybody here could, if you've seen fighting, you've seen Herb Dean have numerous hiccups. I'm not going to blame the fight on him, but he's not my cup of tea when it comes to refereeing.
Jorge, de este lado, cuéntame un poquito qué pasó en el cuarto round cuando lo tocaste. En español sé que ya lo dijiste en inglés, pero cuando lo tocaste y sentiste que podías ir por más o qué pasó.
Cuando lo toqué, vi que estaba lastimado y mi primera emoción era, se va a tirar las piernas. Solo quería casar con una rodilla o con un uppercut. No lo hizo y pensé mucho. Ese es el problema mío, que pensé mucho en vez de sacar los perros y tratar de terminar en ese momento como sea. Me puse a pensar mucho.
¿Y el piquete de ojo qué tanto te afectó a partir de ese momento en la pelea?
Bueno, el ojo todavía me duele, lo tengo palpitando todavía. Ha sido media hora después de la pelea y el ojo no está entero. Me lo voy a ir a chequear con los doctores mañana.
Gracias, Jorge.
De nada. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everybody, man.
Colby, congratulations on a very thorough victory this evening. I'm just curious how you're feeling after the performance tonight.
10 push-ups, John.
Congrats.
Hey, Colby.
Hey, what's up, Helen? How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. A real journalist who doesn't write with their feelings and talks about fighters not being deserving. So I would love to answer your question. What do you have for me?
Well, first off, congratulations on the great performance and the fight of the night. I'm just curious, first off, after training with Jorge in the past, did anything in there surprise you at all?
No, nothing in there surprised me. Another dominant finish. You know, whooped his ass from second 1 to minute 25. You could see in his body language he had nothing left in the fight. I was ready for 5 more rounds in the parking lot. So, you know, if he wants to keep doing this, we'd go for 5 more rounds in the parking lot. You know, bring out another guy, man. American trash team, man. They need to keep sending guys to me, but just don't expect to get them back in one piece. You know, I'm ready to take 2 of those fighters in one night. The King of Miami showed out tonight.
I know afterwards you called out Dustin Poirier, but for you, would it be more meaningful to fight Dustin or Kamaru Usman for a third time?
Definitely Marty Fake Newsman a third time. I got unfinished business with him. When I left the arena in Madison Square Garden, all the fans knew I won rounds 3, 4, and 5, but you know, he's going to be out for a while. He's got that hand surgery, so, you know, I figure I'll get another tune-up fight with Dustin Poirier, who said it's on site, you know, and he weighs more than me. He's just a bully who cuts a lot of weight. I don't cut any weight because I know I'm the best in the world, and I don't need to have a weight advantage over anybody. So, Dustin, name the site, you know, bring that Jezebel wife, and bring Conor's little kid, Parker.
Well, after training with both Dustin and Jorge, do you feel that Dustin will be a tougher opponent than Jorge was tonight?
I mean, you saw George, you know, he just come out to took that losing paycheck. There's a reason he signed that contract before he fought me tonight. He knew he couldn't beat me. You know, he knew if he put up his best performance like he did tonight, that was my worst performance, and it was still an easy night of work for me. So I beat them both up in the same night. I used to do it every Tuesday and Thursday at American Trash Team. So bring him out. You know, he's talking all that reckless thing to the media. So I talk the talk. I walk the walk. I'm a man of my word. Promises made, promises kept.
And lastly, both of them have fought at 155 before. Would you ever consider moving down to 155 in your career?
I wouldn't, because I don't want to cut all that weight. I think I can make 162 very easily. Like 170 is a joke, man. I was running to the scale, like I felt so good. I was like, man, this is such an easy weight cut. Like I didn't miss one meal. I had all my meals, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So it's an easy weight cut, but I'm not a bully. I don't need to bully guys at lightweight. That's an easy-ass division, and there's no reason for me to cut all that weight. I'd rather just fight in my natural weight class and prove I'm the best in the world like I did tonight.
Dustin over here. Colby over here. You called. Sorry about that. You just said you felt this was one of your worst performances. What specifically about this makes you make that assessment?
Well, first off, I want to say, man, it is so cold in here, man. I got all this ice on my neck. Can we turn up the temperature up in here? I'm freezing up here. You see all this ice on my neck, man? Frick, man, I got a house on my neck, man. But yeah, it wasn't my best performance. Just a lot of emotions going into it, you know. That was a real friend of mine at one point in my career, and you know, he's such a backstabbing thief, and he talks so reckless, and he's tried to make some false narratives to the media, make a lot of lies, like he does. He's a liar, you know. He's a thief. So, you know, I let the emotions get the best of me, but you know, it was still dominant. I just showed how good I was, that I am the #1 fighter in the world for a reason, and it wasn't even competitive tonight.
The broadcast made it seem like you might have had a knee injury. Even Jorge said that he heard some rumors that maybe you got a cortisone shot. How accurate was that?
That's fake news. It's funny that happened, because I told someone intentionally, because I wanted to see whose side he was really on, Team George or Team Colby. So I found out what team he's on, and I got to keep my circle even smaller going forward. But, you know, I'm the king of Miami now. George needs to leave the city, you know. It's not big enough for the two of us, so he needs to leave or he's going to get sparked again.
We couldn't hear what was being said. It was muted back here, but it even looked like your coaches were yelling at Jorge and his team. What exactly was being said in there after the fight?
Yeah, he was just still running his mouth. Like, dude, you just got pounded out, dude. You got dropped, wobbled. I mean, just a complete domination from second 1 to minute 25. You could see in his body language, he literally didn't have another 1 minute in him to go. So just imagine if there wasn't a ref there tonight, his life would have been over. So that's the end of Street Judas. I don't want to hear any more talk of Street Judas, the hype machine who hit lightning in a bottle for a couple fights. He's done. I don't want to hear another word about him.
I don't know if you've seen this, but Dustin Poirier has responded to you on Twitter. Well, we assume it's to you. He's currently in Jamaica, I think, right now on vacation. He called you a bumbleclot and said maybe fight a welterweight contender. So what's your response to that?
Let's do it, bro. He said it's on site, man. Let's do it, man. Stop talking reckless to the media, man. If I talk to the media and say things, I come out here and back it up. I'm a man of my word. So, you know, we can do it anywhere. We don't have to do it in a UFC octagon. If he wants to do it in a park or in the street, my only one concern is, my one stipulation is, you know, you let the world watch and enjoy themselves, just like he does when Conor's in bed with his wife. He's a little cuck.
Colby.
Colby.
Down here. I know you don't respect George on a personal level, but as a competitor, after sharing the octagon with him for 25 minutes, is there any sort of respect there?
Let's talk about all the money that Drake lost tonight. He needs to go back to, you know, selling those shitty albums to get back the money. He should have went to America's Pick of the Week by my bookie. I tried to give the people the pick of the week. I'm America's champ, and I was America's Pick of the Week. Drake, you suck at sports betting. Go back to your shitty little albums of rapping.
Okay, that side, no, that side. Any level of respect him as a competitor at all?
Absolutely not. How can you respect that guy? He's a thief. He went to jail multiple times for grand theft. He's tried to compare himself to say he's on the same knowledge level as me. The guy didn't graduate middle school. I tried to ask him one simple question: how does a bill become a law? He couldn't tell me how a bill becomes a law. The guy's a fraud. He's a phony. He knows nothing about politics, and he got exposed for the journeyman he was tonight.
And how active do you want to be this year?
I want to be very active. I'd love to fight 3 times. I want to come back and fight International Fight Week in July, come back to Sin City, you know, the fight capital of the world. It's so convenient to fight here in Las Vegas. We got the UFC PI. You know, they do a great job. Shout out to Heather Linden, Bobby, and Charles. They did a great job of just keeping me well-fed all week, and just massages and just, you know, top-notch facilities. You can't complain when you fight in Vegas. It's the best in the world, so I'd love to come back.
Hey, Colby, to your left here. I wonder, you beat Dos Anjos for the title. Does this fight compare with that, this win?
Weren't you just writing an article talking shit? Like, I was trying to be nice to you.
I was talking shit?
Yeah, you said some stupid-ass shit about George in this fight, man. You're fake news, man. No one wants to...
I didn't say that.
I ain't answering you either. Next question.
Colby, right here, just one question. There's been a lot of talk about the pay-per-view points. Why did you give up the pay-per-view points, and was there some sort of trade-off in the contract?
Because I told Hunter Campbell, you know, this fight, I didn't care about the money. I wanted to come out here and fight this guy because he's talked so reckless. I was willing to take a pay cut. I didn't care. I would have fought this guy for free. I'm sick of this guy running his mouth. He can't talk and walk his walk. You know, he can't talk the talk and walk the walk like I do. So I was willing to fight this guy for free. It wasn't about money tonight. This is a personal rivalry that needed to be settled, and it got settled. So, you know, now that was the last of Street Judas, and we're not going to hear any more of him.
Great, thanks.
Just in front of
Colby
you here.
right here, straight up. Colby, I asked Jorge, he said that he was saying some words to you during the fight. Can you talk about what you might have said to him during the fight?
Yeah, I was telling him, yeah, I'm still your daddy. You know who your daddy is. I'm the king of Miami. So take this ass whooping like the little bitch. I'm glad you came out and, you know, took this ass whooping. But let's talk about Cain Velasquez, man. Free Cain, man. A lot of people, what he did, a lot of people, you know, wouldn't have done the same thing. But I respect the shit out of him. I mean, having your kid be molested, I mean, we talk about that all the time. Like, we would do that, but he was in that situation. He actually did it. So, free Cain Velasquez, much respect and love, and I hope you get out soon.
I have an additional question. There was so much going into this fight. You've been part of some big fights already. When it's all said and done for your career, what are you going to reflect on most that you're most proud of getting the W in this particular event?
Selling out another arena, just like Madison Square Garden, 4th highest gate in Madison Square Garden, my last fight. You know, selling big pay-per-views, doing good business for the UFC. Sold out T-Mobile Arena tonight, another electrifying crowd. You know, I'm sure the pay-per-views are through the roof. You know, I'm just gonna remember, you know, doing what I did best. You know, being a man of my word and, you know, doing good business for the UFC, the company that I love so much, man. I have so much respect for Hunter Campbell, Dana White, and all the UFC brass for what they've done and what they've built with this company. So I love being a UFC fighter, and I want to be a UFC fighter for life.
Congratulations.
Colby, just in front of you here. Obviously, you know, you just said you sold out the arena. You didn't take pay-per-view points for this one because it meant so much to you. But given, you know, you mean so much to the company, you sold out this arena, is that something you'd want for your next fight?
You know, I love it. I think I deserve it, you know. George just signed his contract right before the fight because he knew he was going to get his ass whooped, and he wasn't going to have any leverage or power to negotiate after I whoop his ass on Monday morning. So, You know, I want to be paid more than George Masvidal now. He likes to rub that in his face that, you know, oh, I make more money than you, this and that. I mean, first off, no, he doesn't, because he pays half of it to Maritza, his ex-wife. So he doesn't make more money than me. But secondly, I need to be making more money than George. The guy's a flash in the pan, you know, two-pump chump, like his ex-wife Maritza said. And, you know, he's 37 years old, man. I'm 30. I just turned 34, you know, 2 weeks before this fight. I'm in my prime. I'm getting better every single day, and you haven't seen the best of me. So, you know, I still got a long, long career ahead of me.
And Masvidal was in here, and he said, you know, it was not one of his good performances. Were you surprised that you were able to hold him down? Did you expect more from him?
No, I didn't expect more. You know, that was his best performance he's ever had in his life. You know, he knows every time we train. You know, last time we trained, left him unconscious with a high kick, fake takedown, high kick. So the guy's irrelevant. I don't want to hear any more about him. He was, you know, lightning in a bottle. Shouldn't even been here in the first place, but he's lucky he got the main event tonight because they were going to bury him on the card. He was supposed to fight Edward Scissorhands 3 fights down. You know, I brought him to a main event pay-per-view fight, so he should be thanking me and counting his chickens.
And finally, just one more from me. Hamzat Chimaev reacted to your fight. He was cage side. He's called it a BS fight. If he beats Burns, he could be right next to you in terms of a title contention. Have you ever looked at Hamzat? Have you ever watched any of his fights?
I don't watch fights of people who have, 3-4 fights in the UFC. I mean, he should be mad at his mom. His mom named him Cum Shot. Like, that's embarrassing, man. Like, don't get mad at me, bro. Get mad at your mom. She named you Cum Shot.
Thank you, Colby.
Hey, Colby. How you doing, mate? Henry Ford once said that a best friend is somebody who brings out the best in them. And tonight, we kind of saw that in a similar backwards sense of the phrase. So how much more heart and drive did Masvidal give you as opposed to fighting anybody else?
Not much more. I took this off the couch, man. I was in Aspen, Colorado when the UFC called for me to take this fight, and I was skiing the slopes, not even training. I was going to take a little bit of time off after the fight in Madison Square Garden. I had such a big chip on my shoulder, and I know Usman was going to be out for a while with his hand surgery, so I was like, you know, I didn't think I was going to get a fight. And so I had like a 4 or 5 week training camp, and this is what I did. Just imagine when I'm going to get an 8-9 week focused training camp, specific game plan for who I'm going to compete against. It's not going to be close. These guys are going to start getting finished. But the beauty of what I did tonight is there's no luck. There wasn't like a fluke knockout. It wasn't, you can't say, oh, you know, oh, he got a lucky knockout. What would have been if it would have kept going? I completely dominated that guy from start to finish. I'm the best fighter in the world, pound-for-pound champ, America's champ, people's champ, Donald Trump's favorite fighter, and the king of fucking Miami.
Hey, Colby, great victory, man.
Schmo, thanks, buddy. I appreciate you.
Question for you, because when Dana White came in here, he didn't know what was next. How do you envision the pathway to getting another crack at the welterweight strap?
Yeah, I got to get back to work. You know, I'm completely injury-free. I'm healthy, so, you know, I want to fight in July. I think that's a perfect timeline to get back in there. And I think what's next is Dustin, man. He said he's on site, you know. He said, oh, we're going to jail, this and that. So let's fight, man. He said it's Bolkin season. He wants to come up and fight Nate at 170. He don't have a fight. Nate's fighting Conor. So there's no other fights for Dustin. He needs to come take this losing paycheck just like his boy George just did.
When he talked to former President Trump again, what do you think that conversation's going to sound like?
It's going to be a great conversation, man. Mr. 45, President Trump, greatest living American and greatest president in history, man. The things he did for this country, all you liberals out there that say he didn't, look at inflation, look at, you know, our open borders. Our fucking country's going to shit right now without him. So we need him back in 2024, Trump 2024, and you know, he's going to come back and make America great again.